I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices, add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Tricknick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
Tricknick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
All right. Good afternoon, and welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Man. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody is doing fine. It is the day that the Lord has made, so let us rejoice and be glad in it. We continue to look to the hills from whence cometh our help. Our help comes from the Lord who has made the heavens and the earth. A whole lot to cover today. It's going to be a jam-packed show, but it will be in a very short time. So come on early, make your comments, ask your questions, call in after the 30-minute mark and give your suggestion. All right. Make sure that you do that. Again, very, very, very simple. It is Super Friday. So we ask all our subscribers and members of the platform to, support the work by giving a super sticker or a super chat. All right. Yesterday was my birthday, the 14th of August. So first and foremost, let's big up all the persons who took time out to say happy birthday, my friend. One more year on them. Respect to every single one of you who remember the time and the date and said happy birthday. Really, really appreciate it. Blessings, lots of blessings and love for the love as usual. Big up Duckland Stennett, big up Peart. Rose, you understand me? Big up yourself. And the mall, big up yourself. All right? Yeah, man. As usual, we always have a little bit of encouragement to share with you. So this is about stewardship of resources. It says, what is my reward then? Verily, is that when I preach the gospel, I may make the gospel of Christ without charge, that I abuse not my power in the gospel. 1 Corinthians 9 verse 18. Then 2 Corinthians 6:3 says, give no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed. It says, right, money can add meaning to life, but money is not the meaning of life. right? Money should be considered, should be a consideration, but not our motivation. Stay financially streamlined. Always sew up the holes in your pocket before you put money in it. Draw clear financial lines between ministry and personal. One of the quickest ways to lose the anointing of God is to mix the two. Money creates options. If you can handle the options, God will give you the money. All right. Systems determine how you will accomplish your vision. If you know where you're going, you will know what you need to leave behind. Life is choice driven. Point your saying, sowing, and serving in the same direction. Point your mouth, money, and ministry in the same direction. Don't throw your seed, sow your seed. All right. So that is my little bit of encouragement for you. Again, as usual, we are like 8 subscribers away from 8,000. So right now, do what I am doing. What am I doing? I am going into my contacts and I'm sending the link to some people to see if they are not subscribers, and maybe they will just subscribe to the channel. So why don't you? Yes. Why don't you just go ahead and follow me and do that and share this content with some people so they can be a part of this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful network, a network that has blessed you and encouraged you in so many ways. All right. Again, it is Super Friday, so you know what to do. On Super Friday, you give your super stickers and your super chat. I mean, I tell you, make sure you do that, because yesterday was I birthday. All right. Big up Nitro. Jeez and peace problem the boat. Where is Peso? Because we need Peso if missing Nitro, All right. Fireman, blessings. Duckland, blessings again. Julian Lakeman, happy belated birthday to you. Man, wish to see many, many more. All right. Okay, I'll sow my seed, as the good book says. Duckland, when you talk, me, I wonder what you mean, You understand me? But I'm supposed to have 2 guests on. So one is here already, and we're going to get through this as we speak about just some conversations that we have been having. One is, you know him very well, CJ14, Kerry Kai on Instagram. All right. Yeah, super exclusive news. If a news you come for, boss, go on, go watch. You know what news is? North, east, west, and south. That is what it is. When I hear news, it says information from the north, the east, the west, and the south. That's what news means, So, Bravo Rage Squadron. The information you're getting, I am in the northeast, so you get 2 right there. Kerry is in the south, you're getting some stuff from the south. And when Pesa come on, he's from the west. So you're getting information from the north, the east, the south, and the west. Relax. Mr. James, how you doing, sir?
I am well. How are you, Mr. Management?
I am doing good. I can see that you have some very live and bright and clear weather over there in Miami.
Yeah, not raining today. It's hot, but it's not raining, so that's good.
Is the hurricane coming your way?
Is it?
Erin.
I don't know. Usually in Florida, we don't think about the hurricane until a couple of days before, because we're so used to the hurricanes, hurricane watch and hurricane warnings and whatever. So when it gets closer, we'll figure it out.
Oh, okay. So you actually know that so Jamaica's supposed to play Bermuda in the first game of the World Cup qualifiers, the last round in Bermuda, and the hurricane that is out, Erin, ERIN, is actually headed to Bermuda.
Is that right?
Yes. So I find that very interesting if it were to make landfall, because normally with these small territories, a hurricane can be very devastating.
So now you're making me consider or reconsider my plans. Okay, thanks for telling me that. I wasn't aware of that before.
Yeah, because I am supposed to go down there, but we're kind of waiting to see what will happen with this, if it will pass, because even a bit here, based on the size, like lots of rain and wind, even if it don't make direct landfall,
Mhm.
it could still affect. I wonder how FIFA would deal with that though. Like if they're not able for any reason to host the game there, do they play the first leg in Jamaica, or they play it in somewhere else? I wonder what is the rule.
Yeah, that's interesting. Would that be during election time? Or that's election is what, on the 3rd? When is the game scheduled for?
The game was originally scheduled for the 5th, so that may not even be an option. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh. I said, Jerry, anyways, are saying that maybe they can move the game to Miami. I wonder
That'd be
why.
nice. That'd be nice.
The cost of and then I saw something, and it is circulating about FIFA kind of eyeing some of the visa restrictions in the United States and some of the trade embargoes, and possibly shifting some of the major fixtures in the World Cup into Canada and Mexico. Have you heard anything like that?
I've heard rumors like that. I don't know if it's anything substantial. I would assume that they would get everything to work. It's a big tournament for the US, so I'm sure Uncle Donald would would fix it so that whatever needs to happen visa wise happens, so that the games are in the US as well. So I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah, I see Man of Steel shouting. I don't know why he's shouting. That we need to get Andre on the show. He has the link, man. He will join soon. And get and go past the small talk. Bro, no talk with Mr. James is small talk, bro. What are you talking about? All right. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what's happening. But I don't foresee that happening because I think like the too much investment has been put in. But I know the Emirates airline just removed the 15 million worth of commercials and ads that they had running. Emirates airline, they moved all of that to Canada. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah. But I don't foresee it not going the way it's presently at. I can't see how they move anything from the USA because of visa stuff. I don't think that will impact the teams. I don't even know if spectators will be affected. I mean, because if you have a visa, what would stop? I don't know. I just don't see it being a big deal. Yeah. I see a favorite fan is in here. He has just arrived. He says, "Bless up my mentor, Kerry James."
Oh, mentor. Very nice. Who is that? 433 Presser, aka Kishan. Big up Kishan.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous when you have I'm a mentor of someone, because I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but okay.
Yeah, well, let's see what the outcome of his life will be. And then we can say that. Assist Nitro69 saying that Clip Boss, is your IG post suggesting Sturgeon is greater for TNT than York? You made a post about that?
Why would it suggest that? I think I reposted Trinidad Federation had listed the leading goal scorers, and I think Sturgeon was number 1, and Dwight York obviously probably didn't play as much for Trinidad as Sturgeon, so he was way down the list. I think he was 16. No, he wasn't 16. He had 16 goals or something like that. I think Sturgeon had 60 something. So no, I didn't make any comments as to whether Sturgeon is better than Dwight York. I wouldn't make such a comment. I just reposted the list. That was it.
Okay, so I figure that he's saying that, suggesting we just saw something like that on the political scene where some clip was played and a suggestion was made, and then the person who played the clip says, well, it is based on people's interpretation.
Hey, mine Nitro having wrong interpretation, I have to go sue him, like KD Esquire.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, man. So I mean, you were there with we haven't spoken since the U15, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were there, for the final game and all of that. You saw everything. Yep. what are your thoughts on the overall performance of the Jamaican team and the talent and the competitive, if it was the competitive nature of the Pool B based on the games that you saw? How competitive it was, and was it just Jamaica physically imposing why they won? As I heard I saw a clip of someone from Trinidad saying that Kelvin Brown he's not 14, so I don't know. You were there. What are your thoughts?
Well, let me start with Kelvin Brown then, right? Because in that same clip, I guess it was somebody doing a watch along at Trinidad. I don't know if it was a media member or just a fan doing a watch along and saying that he wasn't 15. But in that same frame of the video that he was showing, it showed Trinidad's goalkeeper, who is 6'4", I think, or 6'5", and played U17 at 14 years old because many of his size is a kid from Inter Miami. So I don't think height necessarily suggests age. So yeah, I don't think we have an issue in Jamaica generally of overage players playing. So I would put that out of the window first. In terms of the tournament, maybe we'll save the quality of League B if Andre comes on, so that we don't have to repeat it. But in terms overall of Jamaica, I thought they did well. Obviously I went to the U14 CFU tournament last year, so it's a lot of these same kids and obviously the same coaching staff. And in both tournaments, I think they did really well. And their approach to the games was detailed in terms of how they looked at the opponents that they were going to play and trying to, obviously impose our game on those teams, but also to respect the teams and realize that they have strengths as well. And how do we counter the strengths that they have? And so I think the kids are extremely well prepared for everything. If you want to just look at the last part of the tournament, for everything that Trinidad and Puerto Rico had to offer, because I think they had a picture in their minds already going into the game, what it was going to look like in terms of what Trinidad was going to try to do, what Puerto Rico was going to try to do, and how could we counter that. And the picture they had in their mind, I think they played it out on the field, and they nullified some of the strengths that Trinidad and Puerto Rico had. And I think that's a big part of the reason why, they won both of those games.
Yeah, and I don't know, because just looking at the starting 11s, I didn't feel like Jamaica, yes, we had some big players, but I think in terms of size, it seemed like very similar to the players on the Puerto Rico team, at least from watching it on TV.
Yeah, except for our, obviously Kelvin is Marshall is what they call him. Kelvin D. Brown, right, the forward from KC.
Yeah.
Obviously a big player. Carolina Morris that comes off the bench is a tall player. But apart from those two, we have a lot of very small players in our team. Kyle and Davian and the Steve that plays at center midfield, and also Sammy. They're all very small players. So I think it's a little bit of a mix, where we have a lot of small players and we have a couple, players with size. So yeah, it was similar Puerto Rico in terms of Puerto Rico's team. Also, I probably say Trinidad's team as well.
Yeah, I see. Man is still asking, did the team have an analyst, or that was the coaches?
Oh, did they have a separate analyst? No, not that I know of. It was the coaches. So the coaches did the opposition analysis in terms of the work to actually get the information together. And then when it was presented by the coach. Yeah. So I don't think they had an analyst now.
Okay. All right. So the under 14, I remember the under 14, there was a very small player. I think at that time he was at Glenmuir, but he was a substitute in the under 14 tournament a year ago. I don't know. I can't remember seeing him. I don't know if he has grown, but I can't remember seeing him. I think he went to Glenmuir. He was the smallest player in the under 14 team.
Yeah, Elway. Well, I can't remember his real name, but they call him Elway. So yeah, he's a player from Glenmuir. He wasn't in the squad for this U15. So he wasn't a part of this U15. He was at CFU U14 last year.
Okay, but I was wondering if he had grown, because I couldn't remember his name and I wasn't sure if he was one of those players coming in. Oh, somebody saying it's Bailey. Oh,
yeah. What's his first name again? His last name is Bailey. Yeah.
They're saying
Not
Tiny
Bailey.
Bailey. His first name cannot be
Tiny
Tiny.
Bailey. No, I think he's being facetious with a tiny part, but yeah. I think his last name is Bailey. I'm trying to remember his first name, but is they call him Elway.
Elway. Okay. All right. So I'm still trying to wait on Andre because so Andre and I we have been having this conversation about the quality in League A versus the quality in League B. Now I know that you could not have been in two different countries to watch it. So whatever you saw of League A,
who says I couldn't be in two different countries? They're close together, you know.
Well, maybe you were. So maybe you
if
were.
the games weren't every single day, who knows? Like in other tournaments that sometimes that last U17, not the one that just passed, one before that. I would watch our games, and then if we have a rest day, we'd go to another city. In that case, I think their games were in Guatemala, so it was Antigua, so we went to watch USA and Canada. So yeah, this tournament didn't afford that luxury though, because the games are so close together.
Okay, understood. All right. So welcome to the chat, Jason Guna and Marlon Nelson. Blessings. All right. So Andre argument is that League A is elite, League B is grassroots. Now, while that is general, I think so. I kind of brought it down because I do not believe like Jamaica was played at a grassroots level. All right, maybe I am biased. I have a bias because I'm Jamaican, but I don't believe like Jamaica was playing at grassroots level. I don't even think the Trinidad team is at grassroots level. So we had a discussion, and he went on to say, well, there's only one player playing at an elite level on the Trinidad team, and that was the goalkeeper, right? And I think he had some role in that goalkeeper who plays in the academy system in the US, actually playing for Trinidad. But I believe like Jamaica, and I'm not here saying that Jamaica would have won League A, but I believe based on what I've seen from the Jamaican team from U14 to U15 and the previous U15 and who they played against, this Jamaican team, I believe could have competed in League A and don't look overwhelmed. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not suggesting that they would have won. I'm not suggesting that they would have even made a final. But depending on the group that they're in, I also believe that it could have been possible for them to come out of their group because they have been in a tough group. Mark, it's a 2 years difference, but you are there and then you're able to watch some of the teams. And you have a little bit of history, right? What is your take on this elite grassroots discussion?
Well, let me start with the elite grassroots because I think that's nonsense. I watched the show. So I was in Aruba at the time, so I actually went back and watched the show, and I don't agree at all. And maybe if you give me 5 minutes, I'll just lay out the reasons why I don't agree with it. So basically what Andre was saying is that the teams in League A are elite, and that's apart from the rest of the teams in League B and League C. Jamaica was brought up as well. And his opinion was that Jamaica couldn't compete in League A because League A were elite teams. So again, I don't agree with that at all. So what I want to do is kind of go over some context and then jump into this this tournament that just ended. So I guess people can, form their own judgment. And I want them to form the judgment based on facts and based on context rather than people's random opinions, whether it be my opinion, Andre's opinion or anybody else's opinion. So let's go through the context. So the semifinalists this year in League A were USA, Mexico, as always, right? Those two teams. And then also Panama and Costa Rica. In 2023, which is the last time that we had the U15 tournament, Costa Rica, Trinidad, Honduras, and Puerto Rico were in the same group. I don't know if you remember, Management, which teams advanced from that group. Costa Rica, Trinidad, Honduras, Puerto Rico.
I think Trinidad and Honduras.
Trinidad didn't advance, even though Trinidad in that group actually beat Costa Rica. They beat Costa Rica in that group, but Honduras and Puerto Rico were actually the teams that advanced right from that group. So I mentioned that Trinidad beat Costa Rica, the same Trinidad that we just played in the League B semifinals and beat them 6-2, right? They beat Costa Rica the last time U15 was held. Puerto Rico, the country that we just played in the League B final, advanced out of that group. So not Costa Rica. Costa Rica was eliminated in the group stage the last time, right? So let's look at the other League A semifinals from this year, which was Panama, right? So last U15, Panama, Guatemala, Canada, and Dominican Republic were in the same group. I don't know if you remember which teams advanced from that. Panama, Guatemala, Canada, and Dominican Republic.
I think Panama went through, and I don't remember who else.
Well, we know that Guatemala went through, right? So Guatemala.
Guatemala.
Yeah, Guatemala went through. So Guatemala is the same country that two Caribbean teams just beat in League B, right? Because Puerto Rico beat them in the semifinal and Trinidad beat them in the third place playoff. So the other team that advanced was actually Canada. So even after the group stage, they have, for the teams that don't go on to play playoffs, they have a consolation round where you play an extra game just for experience. Panama, in the consolation round, lost to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a team that we played in the last U15 and we gave them 4-1, right? So, and Saudi Arabia is in League A, League A this year, and they lost all the group games, including 4-1 to Jamaica. So just to wrap up on that, so neither Costa Rica nor Panama, who made it to the semifinals of League A this year, even advanced out of their group in League A last year, right? Let's look at Jamaica's performance now in the U15 last time. I don't know if I wish Andre was here so that I could ask him whether he thought that Jamaica was an elite team in last U15, if he watched it, because I know he likes to throw out the word elite. So Jamaica in the last U15 beats all the Central American teams they played, right? Because they beat El Salvador, they beat Honduras heavily in the playoff round. They thrashed Saudi Arabia as well, who was in League A this year. So all of those teams, all of the teams that Jamaica played that I just said that they beat, El Salvador, Honduras, and Saudi Arabia, all of those teams were in League A this year. Somehow Jamaica was in League B. So just to sum it up, because I want to make sure that the listeners of your show understand the full context. So the 4 countries that were in League B semifinals this time around. So that was Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Trinidad, and Guatemala were all in League A last time. They weren't in League B, they were all in League A. Of those 4 teams, 3 of them advanced out of the group stage back then. The only one that didn't advance was Trinidad. And like I said, Trinidad beat Costa Rica along the way. Now compare that to the last U15 where there are 9 teams in League A this year, right? So instead of having 16, we have 9. Only 4 countries out of those 9 even made it out of the group stage the last time the U15 was played. So 9 teams in League A this year, only 4 teams of those 9 advanced out of the group stage. Which ones were they? They were the 3 huge North American countries, right? USA, Mexico, and Canada. And the 4th one was Honduras, who Jamaica ended up beating 4-1 in the playoff round, right? So just to set some context. So what happened since then? Because that was 2023, right? So what happened since then in terms of U15? Nothing. Because there's been no intervening CONCACAF tournament since then for this age group or for any younger age group, for you to be able to judge the quality of the U15 teams. So the rankings of the teams to put in the different leagues for U15 was based on the last U17, right? Which is fine. CONCACAF can choose that method if they want to. but that doesn't have anything at all to do with the quality of the current U15 teams. Zero. So in the absence, for example, of any intervening U13 or U14 tournament, I personally think the most logical thing to do would be to use the previous U15 results, because we all know that the younger the age group is, the more likely smaller Caribbean teams are going to be able to compete with the big teams, right? As the ages go up and as you get to U20, all of a sudden they have more professional players, the Central American and North American teams, so it's harder, right? So in my opinion, we should have used U15 rankings, but that's not the way to do it. That's fine. So let's get to this. So that's the context. Let's get to this year's competition, right? So I want the people that are watching the show, whenever the show is over, to go on YouTube and watch some of those League A games. For example, so actually when I heard the show, I'd watched some highlights of League A, but when I heard the show and we had some discussion about what Andre said, I went ahead and went back and watched all of those games in League A. So I want the people that are on the show to go back and watch El Salvador versus Nicaragua. And if Andre was here, I would kind of ask him if he had watched that game. So Andre, as a coach, is going to tell you after watching Nicaragua versus El Salvador that those two teams are elite teams. Based on what? I don't know. I'm not sure if Andre watched, for example, the Nicaragua game where they got 9-0 going on 20-0, right? So Andre is going to tell the listeners of your show that Nicaragua is an elite team after getting 9-0 in the tournament. So he's going to, because I heard him on the last show mention Honduras, right? He was gushing about how great Honduras was and how much academy players that they have. I wonder if the people that are listening to the show could go back and watch Honduras when they played against Mexico in this tournament, and Honduras when they played against Panama in this tournament. Because if you look at those two games, it was one-way traffic completely in both of those games. They actually managed to beat Panama, I think 2-1. And it was basically based on Panama missing a boatload of chances. So they were carved up all throughout those two games. And so they didn't qualify for the next round. So they played, like I mentioned, again, they have consolation round. You know who they played in the consolation round and lost to?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, yeah. So Saudi Arabia, that Jamaica beat 4-1 the last time. Honduras lost to 3-1 this time after getting dominated by Panama and Mexico. And Andre is going to tell you that based on his experience as a coach, that Honduras is an elite team. I don't see it. So Andre, for whatever reason, I think he wants the people on your show to believe that, for example, Jamaica and Trinidad are not even in the same class as the elites, according to him, Central American teams at the U15 level, right? Where he gets that idea from, only God knows, because that's not based on reality. Because Jamaica and Trinidad, so just those two countries between them, in the last two tournaments, 2023 and 25, have beaten El Salvador, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Guatemala, because Trinidad beat Guatemala this year, right? So you have to remember that when they moved League A from 16 teams, which is what was last time, they did it based on the under 17 rankings, so they cut it to 9 teams, which they didn't have to. They could have easily.
They cut it to 8.
Yeah, for League A. Yeah. So League A, instead of having 16 teams, had 9. When they had 16 teams, the last U15, the cream rose to the top, right? So who was the cream? Who was the cream that rose to the top in the semifinals? It was Mexico. It was the United States. It was Jamaica. And it was Haiti.
Haiti, right, because Jamaica and Haiti
so
played the third, right?
Two North American teams and 2 Caribbean teams. None of those teams were from Central America, right? So not one team from Central America qualified for the semifinals the last time that U15 were played. So I don't want your viewers, the man is man, to buy into this idea that because they decided to limit the amount of teams in League A arbitrarily, really, because you could have ranked the U17 teams and then put the next 7 teams in. You could have easily done that and had 16 teams still in League A. So, you know, there was not a lot of difference between the teams, for example, that got to the League B semifinals and the teams that were in League A for the most part. Maybe if you take Mexico out of it. So I would encourage the listeners of your show to go and, first of all, just check the results themselves, right? And if you're interested enough, go and watch the games like I did to make sure that I had a good grasp on the differences between the two. And what I want the listeners to do is judge our credibility accordingly. So if you go and watch El Salvador and Nicaragua and Honduras and Saudi Arabia and even Canada, who I thought was mediocre in this tournament, and if you watch the games or follow the results and think that those teams are elite, then what we should do is praise Andre for some astute analysis, right? But that's not what I saw. And that's not what happened. So if you go look at the results, when the bigger Caribbean teams, the Jamaicas, the Trinidadians, the Puerto Ricos, the Haitis, etc., come up against the Central American teams at U15 level, and you find that the Central American teams are dominating the bigger Caribbean teams, then what you should do is criticize me because I'm telling you foolishness. Because I would deserve that criticism for not providing you with accurate information, but that's not what happened. The bigger Caribbean teams at U15 level, both this tournament and the last tournament, have dominated Central American teams. So where Andre gets the idea that the Central American teams are way ahead of the Caribbean teams, to me, it's a figment of his imagination. And I want to say just one last thing as well, because on the last show he mentioned academy players, and that's what made the League A teams elites. I wonder if Andre is familiar with Puerto Rico's team. Puerto Rico's team is littered with academy players.
Yep.
So I was going to ask him if he knows who Wilfred Reyes is and where he's played in his career, including Spain. I was going to ask him if he knows who Miles Johnson is and what MLS academy he plays for. I was going to ask him what MLS academy Miguel Coriano plays for. All of those are players that played against Jamaica in the final, and they're all MLS academy players. So I don't know where Andre gets his arguments. I know that he likes to be the chief critic of Caribbean football. I think he would call it the advocate, because I've heard him mention that before. But I think he kind of likes this thing about being the chief critic of Caribbean football. Even when I jumped on your show from the stadium, I don't think he could wait to make a comment of how bad League B is, so that he could put down the teams in League B, including his country and Jamaica, who have done much better at U15 level than the Central American teams have. So that would be my
all right.
indication of how I feel.
One of the things, and that's why I'm more on your side of the argument, because people remember this. Even though Jamaica's won League A, if the next time around, if this type of placing remains by CONCACAF, if next year Jamaica U17 doesn't qualify, as an example, there will be no U15. So if they don't qualify for 2 cycles in a row, the Jamaica will still be in League B, while a team
which is absurd, but yes,
right, as a champion they would still be in League B, and a team in League C could be playing in League A, even though they didn't come out of their group in League C, but they qualified for U17.
Yeah, and Nicaragua, if they do well at U17, could be in League A again after getting 9-0 in League A this year. So yes, it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. So it cannot be. But Jason Boona, I see 2 persons. All right. I guess I don't want to say little challenges or question concerning the argument. He says, when doing analysis in your eyes, what is more important, the result or the actions in the game?
Both. So if you watch, for example, the argument that he made about Honduras, he said Honduras has a lot of academy players, and therefore Honduras is an elite team, despite the fact that Jamaica beat Honduras the last time, and despite the fact that Honduras didn't play that well in many of their games in this particular U15. So I would say both. I don't think if you watch Honduras play, you would think that Honduras is an elite team. If you watch them play against Mexico, if you watch them play against Panama, If you watch them play against Saudi Arabia, if you go back further and watch them play against Jamaica last time that we had a tournament, I don't think you would say that Honduras at U15 level anyway is elite. No.
Okay, so it's both the results and the action. Well, Let me say this. I don't see, in terms of action, I saw the Jamaican team almost playing at the level they were, because I believe there is a next level that they can play at. Because like Kelvin Brown, it's not like Kelvin Brown they played Kelvin Brown all over the place, because I think they believed that they could have defeated the teams. There was a game that he didn't even start, and he was being substituted, and Lando Morris was starting. So the team itself, there were times when Davian Clark was on the bench. I think there was rotation. The captain seemed like he had some injuries. So when you look at even that, and no matter the changes, this Jamaican team was possessing and passing the ball around. They made sloppy passes like other teams did. I can't say in terms of action, oh, geez, they were so poor, because they defended well. In none of the games, I felt like, oh my God, they were under immense pressure defensively, which means that defensively they're always solid, and in the midfield they were solid, and they missed a whole lot of opportunities in a lot of the games that they could have won some, I think, by 4 and 5 and 6, but they are kids. So when you look at action, I don't think even the action we can say, well, in terms of action, this team look way ahead or this team look way ahead. I do agree that as we progress in age, somehow we don't have the systems in place to keep the talent growing and improving, while the mechanisms in some of these other places are way better, and it probably catches back up at the senior level. So between now 16 to 23, a lot of these countries have a way of bringing their talent faster through the development stages than we do. And then after 23, the gap started closing again as they get into like the professional level. I see, for example, Marlon saying, I think USA, Mexico, Canada, Costa Rica, Honduras, way ahead of Jamaica. Marlon, I'd love for you to call in, because it's when we use terms, it's clear that we understand. When they say way ahead, what do you mean? What do you mean by way ahead? And what Kerry gave his info. Marlon, what do you use to determine that Honduras is way ahead of Jamaica? What did you see? Because I think you're looking at result. So because Honduras probably defeated Panama, they are way ahead of Jamaica, because the assumption is Jamaica could not beat Panama or Honduras.
I think that assumption probably would have also been made in 2023 when Jamaica was playing in League A. I don't think there was any expectations that Jamaica could play against the Central American teams. And when they came up against the Central American teams, they beat them. They beat El Salvador, they whooped Honduras, they beat the same Saudi Arabia that beat Honduras. And then against Mexico in the group stage, the games are 70 minutes long. Mexico scored a winner in the 73rd minute against us. So I would be interested to see if Marlon really follows the U15, if he thought going into the U15 in 2023 that Jamaica could play any of these teams.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. All right, if that U15 team in 2023 did so well, all right, and this one won under 14 and no one under 15, which one of the Jamaican teams are better, Marlon? You understand me? How do we even determine which one of the teams are? Is this U15 better than the U15 in 2023? But we have caller. You cannot call it. Good afternoon. You cannot call the program. I have other things playing in the background. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, sir.
Who is this? Who is this?
Who is this?
Yes. This voice.
This is a caller. Caller. This is caller.
Oh.
This caller name sounds familiar.
Okay. You sound so much like a Brazilian leader. In fact, your profile picture look like him, but the number is different.
Anyway, it's just a little observation. And let me just give you a little rundown. This team here, I think, is it's the gem right now, the shining star for the JFF. God, this I don't know if you have mentioned before. This is the first time since never that we have any Jamaican team has won 2 consecutive trophies. I checked it with Simon the other day. It has never been done before, right? So that alone is a big achievement. The only thing that I think some of us had wanted was for the team to have been in League A, because everybody's expectations for this team was that they would have reached the finals in League A. They are that good. The preparation was geared towards that. So when we found out that we're going to be in League B, for me personally as a caller, onlooker, I was really disappointed because I knew that they would have basically walked through everybody there. There's no team at that level that's going to come. They're going to have to go up against a Mexico, USA to see how good they really are. Because I think that this bunch of players, by in 2 years' time, once you integrate with some other kids, I think Oscar Dawes is also eligible and some other players. Once you integrate them together, I think this is going to be the golden generation of the Jamaica football. And it's going to go right on till they reach the senior level. But the first decision that the JFF needs to do is to decide what they're going to do in 2026, if they are going to go with the 2009s and some 2010s, or they're going to go with the 2010s that just dominated at their age group, and with us some other 2009s to back them up, right? So that way they would almost have 2 bites of the cherry, so to speak, exposure-wise. That's just my take.
All right, let me just say this. Leader. I appreciate your input. I think your opinion can work, but not because you did good in the U15 League B means that there is a position for you in the next U17. Like at the end of the day, there are other talents out there that can be better than you. While we may see them as a golden generation based on accomplishment, there are other players that can go past them. Other players who have missed out. Other players who were never given an opportunity. So I don't share the idea that this particular group, and if I go back to 2023, let's look at it. How many players from 2023 were part of the last U17? I think Cadriano March. Okay. Well, let me finish. Cadriano March, Kai, Taylor, Cross, the goalkeeper, Raekwon, who again from that team?
Earl, Jump.
The difference, but there's a big difference though.
What is the big difference?
The big difference from 2023, that team was never together 2 years prior. This team is already together for 2 years. So people need to understand that aspect. They have been together 2 years. Their preparation this year is better. When you look at the matches they played, getting ready, the only thing they didn't have was international opposition, but their matches were higher. And listen to what I'm saying now. Their preparation matches were higher, apart from the international aspect, than what the under-17 that didn't go through were. I can tell you that because.
What do you mean that their matches? No, hold on. You have to.
They played. Okay, the types of teams that they played were of a higher caliber, so to speak. The local when they played.
No, hold on.
Listen, I said taking out the international opposition.
Leader, just slow down. Because all I'm trying to do, I'm not arguing with you. I want you to bring clarity to what you're saying. When you say they are higher, in comparison to who?
In comparison to who the under-17 played in their preparation matches, not the listen. But listen, I'm saying I'm taking out the overseas matches.
No,
they played various Manning Cup teams and etc. and so on.
Who played
these guys?
Leader, like, just slow down, man. Who played Manning Cup team? The U15.
The under-17. The under-17s last when they were preparing. Hold on. Let me.
Leader, but the under-17 team played. Leader, the under-17 played against almost every Premier League team too.
Anyway, Anyway, listen, let me just say.
The under 17 team played against leaders team. So I thought
They
you'd have.
played against, hold on. They did not play against the adult Premier League teams. They played against the Premier League under 17 teams.
Leader, hold on. I have Kerry here was a part of it. So Kerry, leader is saying that the under 17 in their preparation, I think they never played against a Premier League team, senior team. They played against the under 17 teams of other Premier League teams. Hold on, leader.
Richard,
I'm going to let you respond.
Richard King is under 17.
Look here, Kerry.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Don't use actual matches, right? Don't use matches that they basically put together when they were doing like the development courses for the coaches and they had them playing. I wouldn't use those.
What?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, leader. Were you at the game?
No. Okay, hold on.
You weren't?
Hold on. Kerry.
Maybe you should find out information from people that were at the game then. You saw the game against Arnett Gardens? They played Arnett Gardens twice, by the way. Were you at those games?
Yeah, actually, I remember the game. I remember the Arnett game. I do.
Who they played at Arnett Gardens? Was it a youth team that they played at Arnett Gardens?
No.
Okay.
I will say no. Anyway, Kerry.
So right,
stages.
Hold on, leader. So therefore, the premise of your argument is wrong then. So we're moving away from that the under 15 played higher than the under 17 that just prepared. That we can dismiss that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now that
let's not go too much into that.
Yeah, so let's not go into that because that is wrong. All right, so go ahead, move on to something else.
Okay. The main point
before leader,
right? When looking at
I want to say something about what leader said about the U14. I wanted to kind of just because he's right in that the last U15 that played in 2023. Remember, there was COVID time before that, so they didn't get a chance to play the CFU U14 that these kids played. So I think he's right about that. In that these kids had the U14 and then they led into the U15. So yeah, so I think they had that advantage.
Yeah. But Kerry, be very specific about the reason they didn't play, please. I don't really want to. That's the reason why they played. It had nothing to do with actual COVID. It had something more to do with financial aspects, though. Remember.
Jamaica's participation or the tournament overall?
Remember that.
In U14.
No, Jamaica's participation, if you remember clearly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Listen.
In 2022, they did not go because of some money issue.
Yes. So, but that's not the issue here. The issue here is that these guys.
Leader, you can't bring up the thing and say.
No, I didn't bring up. I did not. Hold on now.
You brought it up, leader. You said I did not play and it was because of COVID. It was because
I don't want to hold on. Listen, but he mentioned COVID. That's why I said that's not the reason. But forget that team. Okay. Because that team, the first comparison you can't go there because that team was never together. Even the under 17s were never together for the time span that these kids have been together so far. It's literally almost 2 years they are together. Okay, which is unprecedented for a team.
Yeah. Right.
Because
that we agree with.
So that aspect is unprecedented so far, right? Okay. The other thing that is unprecedented is that I don't think that there is very much more talent locally that can be unearthed in the 2010 age group. That's these guys are 2010 with a smattering of 2011s. So I don't think that there's much more here locally. We have to now go overseas to augment to get those talent. So the question I'm saying now is what do we do? Do we keep this core together? Add some of them like Nolan, etc., who would come back from the last under 17, right? And bring in an Oscar Dawes, etc., who is a 2010 to give the team, because one of the things people don't know, the general public doesn't know, is that we are not going to be a seeded team. So the draw is going to say a lot about how our chances might be. So that's another thing that people have to know. When the under 17 comes up, the draw has a lot to do because all 8 teams that qualified are now seeded. So meaning that we will more than likely, when the draw is made, well, we will drop into, we can drop into a USA, Canada, Mexico, etc. Right? And it's only one space. So that is the next thing. So do we go with a team, because there's no window from here on now, we're in August. There is no other window to bring that team together until December, right? December, the qualifications is in February. What do we do there? We have a core. Do the sensible thing to maintain that core and bring in some other players 2008? Because one of the things, that these guys also were training with the 2009s at the TDS, right? And a number of individuals, like I don't want to call them, but the number 9s. We realized that at 2009 there wasn't any number 9s that were above the 2010s. All of the strikers, because when the team went to Sweden, we had to take the strikers. The 2 options for number 9 players, forward I'm talking about for those people who don't know, right, were the 2010s. I'm not going to call out the names, but I'm just saying that these are the things that I think we know now, what is in the talent pool that is here locally, and what we can probably get overseas. So the choice is December is more than likely that's the only window available, because there's no other window. We can't fool ourselves that there's another window. There is no other window, right? So what do we do? Do we give this team 2 bites of the cherry, meaning give them the chance if we get a tough group this year and we don't qualify? If we get a similar tough group the following year, I can tell you we will qualify. I'll be sorry for USA if they end up in our group at that stage.
All right. Okay. All right. So let me just respond, Leader. So, Leader, do you know that because you are connected to this team, it also skews your opinion towards the team? That is a reality. So for you, because you see this team, because this is part of your legacy, right? Because you scouted these players, not all of them, but a lot of them. Do you understand that for you, they must get opportunities to qualify? Not just because you believe that they are good enough, but because you're connected to the process of getting them here. I am saying to you, if we have players who are better than the players who are in this present crop, why should we give these players 2 opportunities to qualify when we could have from the last U17 6 or so players who still...
It's not 6, it's about 4. About 4.
4? You sure? You Kerry's here?
Almost sure. Kerry, almost sure it's 4.
All right, so Kerry, we go. Leader.
Go through the names, Kerry. It's 4.
No, I don't think it's wise to go through names like that on a show like this, for example.
Okay, let's not go through the name.
Yeah, I don't think that's wise.
But
there's 4. It's 4 of them. I did check it. It's 4.
Leader.
Are you talking about just the overseas players or domestic players?
No,
domestic or just overseas?
From the
overall. Okay.
There are more than 4, Leader. I put it to you, Leader. There is more than 4. I will not call name, Leader, but there is more than 4. Leader, you're talking about local and overseas players from the last U17.
The final squad. The final, right?
You're talking
the
about
one that tried to qualify.
All right, but Leader, do you believe that there were players who were not in the final squad that could have been in the final squad?
I don't know. The coach picks who he wants.
No, I don't have any opinion. I'm not questioning the coach's selection. What I'm asking you is this. Could there have been players, right, who could have that did not make the final squad, but they are still good? So they didn't make it because they weren't good enough.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly it's a matter of opinion.
All right. So that is why I'm saying to say, let's give this U15, because they have been together, the cycling 2026, and then we bring them back for the cycling 2027. would not be fair to some of those players from the last U17.
That's an opinion. I don't have a problem with that opinion.
All right, Kerry, all right, let me hear. Kerry, what is your response to leaders' take on it, about...
How I would respond is that you have to try to qualify for the World Cup every year. So I wouldn't necessarily buy into the idea that just because the team is together and have played well, that the majority of that team automatically should be for the next U17. I agree completely that we have to find a way to keep these kids together, so that when 2027 U17 comes around and they're of the prime age to play U17, that they're ready. But I wouldn't say just because we have success at CFU U14 and success at CONCACAF League B with 2010 players that we're going to go into a 2009 competition with the majority 2010 players. Because the question I would probably ask is, say we drop in USA group, it's a possibility, as you mentioned. How many 2010 players do you think USA is going to be using in their team?
The thing is, the cohesion that these guys have compared to you putting something together in December, January to play in February. Let's just look at, that's a type part of the thing I'm looking at, If we had started putting together a group of those from, say, in the summer here, I would understand, but we have not been doing that. So we're basically, the only other window that's available is looking at December. So December period for us to put together, how logical I think it might be. And when we're looking at December, we're talking maybe 2 weeks in December, then maybe another 3 or so weeks in January, going into a competition in February. How good a preparation I think that would be for a team like that to go into, the qualification at that stage.
Yeah, in a way, I think you're right. I think you're actually right. The problem is that's our fault, really. And when I say our, Jamaican football's fault.
I'm not looking at whose fault it is,
in that we know
it's gone.
Yeah. We know that U17 is every year. So I actually think it's not a ridiculous point that he's making, in that we don't have a lot of time. Why he says December is because I'm sure he's taking into account, for the locals anyway, Money Cup and the Costa Cup is about to start. So it's going to be very difficult to get even the domestic-based players together more than just periodic camps. So what do you do in terms of identifying, because remember, we've had camps before where we should know the better players at 2009 age group from the kids that don't live in Jamaica. So what do we do with those players? When do we do it? And how do we integrate the teams?
2009 locals. Sorry, I was just going to say there is also a list of the 2009 locals.
Yeah.
But as I said, the preparation, I'm just looking at the timeline, 4 weeks compared to 2 years. 4 weeks, 2 years. Well, if you're going into with a set of young guys just coming out of the army recruiting thing, just with 4 weeks experience, compared into you have another set of soldiers with 2 years experience. Which one do you go to put your trust in as a general? The ones that
I don't know much about the army, but what I will tell you, what I would say though is in response to that is that going into a 2009 tournament with majority 2010 players also has its risk. So I understand the point that you're making in that these kids have played together a lot, so they already have the cohesion. I don't disagree with that point. I'm just saying that you're going to be at a disadvantage using younger players in a youth tournament.
Yeah, I didn't say totally, not totally. You all, I said you carry back a core. Say maybe 8, right? But you keep that core. Your core.
But isn't that what they did?
11, 12 players.
Isn't that what they did with the last one leader from the U15 that played against?
Actually, no, because a number of the players that were in that third place thing, no, they weren't there. But I won't go into that.
The goalkeeper was there. Kadriana Marsh was there. Kai McLean was there. Jump was there. No, thing there was there. Jump. What the other guy from Mount Pleasant again? Jump and Earl was there. Who again? What the rest of them? Taylor was there. Yeah. Bap was there. Yeah.
Well, Bap wasn't there because Bap wasn't selected for U17, but yeah.
But they were part of the whole. But leader, let me ask you: isn't the T I forget the name now. The T one.
TDS. TDS.
Portmore goalkeeper was there. The Portmore defender. Thank you, Jason Guna. I think with that J name, I think Brown is his turn. He was there as well. The TDS. So if you leader continue with these group of players, what happened to the rest of you who are supposed to be in the TDS?
Okay, let me explain how TDS. Let me explain.
Let me finish the question first. As far as I know, the TDS is supposed to be an ongoing selection of elite youths at a particular age group. So if you begin to focus on just even after 15 years old, you're going to focus on these guys as a TDS. What happened to the crop of TDS who are coming in? So explain.
Can I answer that now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and remember, this is not just boys, it's also girls, right? So, but let me just say now, last year, they had the 2009 and 2010 players. This year, we moved away a little bit from the 2009 this year, and we look at the 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013, right? Reason being, because next year, there is a CFU under 14 where you're going to be using the players that are 2012, 2013. So that's it. Has already been training from this year in the TDS, and coming next year, they would be part of that primary cohort, and simply with some of these other guys here, because the thing is, the TDS, basically during the week, it gives opportunity to the players that are actually in the corporate area, St. Catherine, etc., that can reach there. But it helps a lot in that the main core is actually from that bunch. So if you were to probably say, okay, so we say 12 players, right? There are about, hold on, no, let me finish. If you say 12 players, I think we would take out about, there are about, let me just count them off here. On my hand here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are about 5 in that 12 that wouldn't be able to come during the week, right? Yes, sorry about that. There'll be about 12 of them during the week that wouldn't be able to be available, right? So you'd have 7 core players that would be training with the 2012, 2013 that's getting ready for the CFU at the time. So it's a dynamic process. You don't really leave anybody out.
You really don't leave anybody out, leader. You just said that.
But hold on. I just went from 2009, 2010.
That's just age. So what about geography?
Age groups. We looked for the boys. We looked at 4 age groups. Last year it was 2.
Leader. You see, sometimes you have to listen. And I think sometimes you respond before you hear. You just spoke about the corporate area. Do you remember saying anything about the corporate area?
Okay, let me continue with that then. On the weekends, there are 4 sessions. Listen now, there are 4 sessions during the week. And on a weekend, there are further 4 sessions with the players from the rural area.
With the players from the rural area?
Yes, sir. So all of them get exactly 4 sessions.
So who all of them get this? Oh, so you don't, when you have in the rural area players, you don't have in the corporate area players?
Yeah, you do have some of the corporate area
players.
So they have more than 4.
They have more than 4 leaders.
They have at least 4 is what leaders say. I think leader means that they have at least 4. Because the ones from the rural areas are 4.
It's not everybody from during the week. It's not everybody from during the week is there on a weekend. Some of them. Okay. So everybody basically gets the same minimum 4 sessions.
Leader, I have Andre calling in, right? And you know, Kerry was talking, and I think he has been listening, and because he cannot join via the link. Leader, I think leader. I was telling him to hold on, but leader.
Well, I'm there.
You're still there?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
here.
So I am going to. All right. You want to stay on, or you want to hang up on so I can get Andre on?
No, man, make Andre come on, man. We finish. If you want to call me back, you can call me back. I'll listen.
I'll call you back. Caller.
Yeah, man.
All right. All right. Let me see if I call Andre. He has been trying to call. Whatever can fit in Wellington car.
Hello?
Andre.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
I am here, man. Your fans have been giving me a hard time on the platform today.
My fans?
Yes.
I don't have fans.
They say that
I'm not.
They say that Kerry need to stop. Kerry need to stop because Andre is not here. And then one person was saying, well, Andre said this part, Kerry said this part, so it's good. So so you are here. Have you been listening?
I don't think I'm that popular. I've been in my car. I've been in my car driving and in and out. So I decided to try to find out if what is the discussion is really about.
Have you found out?
No, I'm trying to find out from you. That's why I called. From you and Corey.
You have not heard anything. So Kerry,
I heard some of it.
Do you agree with what you have heard? Or you disagree? Or you want to respond to what you have heard first? Let us know what you heard. You want to respond, and then I can give you more.
Because
I don't want him to go over. I don't want him to go over everything.
Okay, so here what I do. I'm not so sure why my opinion is I didn't know my opinion was that powerful that it'd be a topic of conversation. But let me say this: what I would do is, because I don't like people to represent me unless it's an attorney. So I would say what I will repeat what I said.
Okay. Wait, no. I need to. What do you mean that you don't want people to represent you unless they are attorneys?
Well, what did I say? Because something is being discussed. Something I said, obviously, that is being discussed
about elite and grassroots at the
right. What did I say about elite and grassroots? That's the most I'd like to hear.
So Kerry, listen to the show. And, okay, so what Kerry, you want to respond?
No, hold on. Are you?
No. Go ahead.
But you're not Kerry's attorney, right? So could Kerry tell me what he's
responding
to?
My apologies, boss. Kerry, you go ahead.
Yeah. So from what I heard on the show, Andre was basically saying the teams in League A are elite. He didn't necessarily say that Jamaica was grassroots. He said that generally the other two leagues, League B and League C, were grassroots for the most part. And then I think you pushed him because he didn't want us to talk about Jamaica. Either you were one of the listeners, and you're asking him about Jamaica, and he was saying that he didn't think Jamaica could actually compete in League A either because they're not elite like the League A teams were. So that's the impression I got from what Andre said.
All right. So let me clarify. So what I said is that the teams in League A was performing at an elite level, and the teams in League B was performing at a grassroots level, right? I think there's a slight difference in what you said there, right? And all I'm repeating is what CONCACAF, my analysis of what CONCACAF have said, okay? And what my understanding of what an elite player is and an elite environment is. What CONCACAF have said is that League A includes the 8 highest ranked team. Do you agree with that?
The 8 highest ranked U17 teams.
Plus one guest team.
The 8 highest ranked U17 teams plus one guest team, minus 80 at Nicaragua. Yeah. Under 17, yes, okay. I do.
Right. Do you agree that the teams in the reason why I call them elite, would you agree that they have a high level? If you watch the games, I don't know if you watch any games besides the Jamaican games, that they have a high level of tactical, technical, and physical preparation, right? That basically comes out of the environments that they exist in.
Are you asking if I agree with that? You're asking if I agree with that?
When I
I'm
finish,
sorry.
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish the full sentence. What I'm trying to say. Right? So they train in elite environments. A lot of those guys are with pro clubs, right? Whether they play in America here at MLS clubs or they play in Mexico. A lot of them are at pro clubs, and they play highly competitive matches every weekend. Right? In an environment that gives them that. Do you agree that would be considered an elite environment?
No, I don't agree that these are elite teams, because Puerto Rico also has a lot of MLS academy players, and Puerto Rico is not playing in League A. Puerto Rico is playing in League B. Do you know Andre? Do you know Andre who Wilfredo Reyes is?
You hold on a minute.
No, Andre, but he asked your question. No, but he answered your question and asked you a question and you haven't responded. So I think, because you asked him a question and he answered it no. But he's asking if you know.
Yeah, but we're now going away from the discussion.
We're not going away from the discussion. I'm asking you. No. Listen for a second. So it's my time to talk. So you're saying that the League A teams have a lot of academy-based players, and so they're playing at elite level because they're getting that elite level competition every week. So I asked you if you knew who Wilfredo Reyes is. It's related to the point that you just made.
Okay, so this is one of the challenges, right? This is one of the challenges. You just repeat something that I didn't say. I said they are training in elite environments. Most of them are at pro clubs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said, right? What you repeated just now was something different.
Do you know who Wilfredo Reyes is?
This is the challenge. Hold on.
Do you know who Wilfredo Reyes is? That's the question I'm asking you.
No. Let me make something clear here. And I'm disappointed with management. This seems as though, and I was advised not to call, and I went against the advice. This seems as though there's an attempt to attack me for some reason.
To attack you for asking a question.
Not you.
Either you know who the player is, or you don't know who the player is. It's very simple.
Bro, listen. Let me stop. Andre, you and I speak privately. You still ever call and telling him not to call? What kind of attack you're talking? No. Sir, let me. You alone talking, and you said you wanted to speak to Kerry because I cannot represent Kerry. I've allowed you to speak. I've stayed out of the conversation.
Yeah, but you're intervening.
No, because you're saying that somebody told you not to call and you went.
Yeah, but you're trying to tell me what to answer. You're trying to tell me not to answer.
Me?
You're trying to tell me I didn't answer.
Me? When he asked
you just said,
Kerry.
But you just said he asked me a question and I didn't answer. What does it matter if I know this guy or not?
That's a different thing. But you ask him a question.
No, well, right. So why are we going away from the conversation at hand? We are discussing elite environment.
So listen what I'm saying. Because whatever your advice was and whomever.
Forget the advice. Forget the advice. Forget the advice.
Are you going to tell you every time I talk, you interrupt and then you say, this is what we do. So you ask Kerry a question about whether he agrees or not. He answered the question. After he answered the question, now he's going to make a point. He asks you a question. You did not respond to his question. You're going on to a point. I said to you, Andre, he answered your question. He's asking you a question. Could you just answer his question?
What is the relevance whether or not I know this guy's name or not? What is the relevance?
So tell him, at least that is an answer to Kerry's question.
Okay, what is the relevance?
Okay, so talk to Kerry. Kerry is asking you what is the relevance. That is it.
So can you answer the question first? Do you know who Wilfredo Reyes is?
What is the relevance? What is the relevance?
So I'll tell you right now. So you're purporting to give opinions about the under-15 tournament, and Wilfredo Reyes was one of the best players in League B in the under-15 tournament. So if you don't know who Wilfredo Reyes is, and the fact that and what his playing background is, how in the world are you going to tell the people that I listen to Management Show about the U15 tournament? Do you know who Miles Johnson is?
Just confirm a point.
Do you know who Miles Johnson is? Do you know who Miles Johnson is, Andre?
Hold on. You just confirm a point.
What's your point?
Confirm a point that this discussion had a purpose. It have a purpose, right?
All discussions have a purpose, Andre.
Because let me tell you this.
We're not on here just talking. There's always a purpose to discussions that we have.
Let me make my point.
Okay.
Do you know who Christopher Hall is? Do you know who Christopher Hall is?
Christopher Hall from Jamaica. We have a Christopher Hall that played in Jamaica and is now playing in college. Yeah.
Yeah. You know who Malachi is?
Malachi Molina.
Yeah. You know Malachi? You know Coupe?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So all these are Jamaican kids, okay, that I've welcomed into my environment. So if you're all trying to question my credibility and my support for football,
No, I think you're being overly. Let me just respond to that. You're being overly dramatic. So first of all,
no, I'm not.
you brought up a point. You brought up a point about academy players and the reason for them being elite. I asked you who one of the best players in the U15 tournament was. You have no idea who he is. He's an academy player.
You see, I didn't answer,
Miles Johnson is an academy player. Miguel Coriano is an academy player. Puerto Rico's team is littered with academy players. So for you to say that the League B teams can't be compared to the League A teams because of academy players is incorrect. Let me finish now. Allow me to finish. And when you come on to the show and purport to know all about U15 and don't know the players that are playing on the teams, and pretend that League B, some of the teams in League B are automatically not as good as the teams in League A, when the teams in League A, like Nicaragua, who gets 9 love going on 20 love, and you're telling me that those teams are elite, you're misrepresenting the competition and you're giving the wrong impression to the viewers of Management Show. So that's what I would say.
All right. Okay, so hold on a minute. Because I know this was the agenda, you just spelled out the agenda. Right? I never answered you whether I know the name, right? And I knew the agenda, right? And the agenda is to attack my credibility, okay? And you just spelled it out that I'm purporting to know, right? I'm purporting to know. And you're going to fail in that regard, right? You're going to get support from where you need to get. But I called because I wanted to confront it, because I attempted to confront it with Management this week, and he avoided it. Right? In a private chat. He avoided it. But I knew what the agenda was. Because Management been trying to put it together. If I didn't answer you the player was, and you're going to decide that I don't know who the player was, because you've been prepared for this. This has been set up so that you could come on and attack me. And
what's set up? Listen, this is no setup. This is a discussion.
No, but no, it is.
And I don't know why you jumped onto the conversation after it had already started. Because I don't know what.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
Because you were invited to have the talk today, and I was sending the link when the show started.
What? So
right?
Hold on. Andre, I have to stop you. Kerry, the same time I spoke to you was the same time I spoke to Kerry. The same time you got the link is the same time Kerry got the link. You and I. Hold on. You and I. Let me finish. You see, I've listened to you. You and I have had more conversations about this than Kerry and I. You and I have discussed this, and you have had more time on this sharing your opinion than Kerry and I have discussed. So if there is any setting up that was taking place, it would have been me and you setting up the conversation.
No, man, don't say that. Let's be honest. You have to be honest. No. When you deal with me, hold on, man. When you deal with me, we need to be honest. We need to be honest. You said to me on 2 occasions that you wanted me to discuss my opinion with Kerry. When I text you a few days ago, right? And I said to you exactly what I said to you. I said, Management, I noticed you seem concerned about my view on the competitive levels between League A, B, and C in the recent CONCACAF U15 tournament. You mentioned a few times that you'd like to facilitate a discussion with Corey, which I find interesting. I'm not sure how will it change my perspective, as I believe it is fair and fact-based, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. You called me up and you said, no, this is not what the discussion is about. Is about kids who cannot afford to play, who is in academy, and you talk about Corey's father having academy, right, in Kingston. You talk about Ballers Academy and those who in Kingston in the Uptown area, right, that have a larger population. You talked about fewer people who can afford in Arnett Gardens. You talk about the rural communities and their inability to afford.
Absolutely.
You told me this was not the conversation you wanted to have. You told me something different. Hold on. Isn't that correct, management?
Hold on. Everything that you talked about, we talked about. Everything.
Right. So today.
No, man. You see, here's your thing. You're not going to bully me, sir, with all due respect. You are speaking.
All right, so let's do this.
No,
I'm not a bully.
But you're not. But everything people.
No.
But you keep interjecting, Andre. Everybody listens to you, but when it's other people time to talk, you keep interjecting. We can't say anything to you but everything.
Because
but you're not giving.
I feel we could end the conversation.
No,
But again, because you have an agenda. You have an agenda.
We're not giving people.
You have an agenda.
You haven't given Kerry a
You
chance.
try to set me up, and you try to set me up.
What I'm saying, you
try to set me up, and I understand why.
You're not listening because what you have come on from whatever information, whomever you have been speaking with, whoever has been listening to the show, and obviously you came on because while you said you did not know anything, I asked you firstly, what did you hear? First thing I ask you. What did you hear? Because when Kerry started the show, Kerry said, I was watching the show. He said, I was watching the show and I heard Andre saying. Kerry said he heard it. He watched the show. He went on and said there was a later discussion. You are coming on and you're saying, obviously, this discussion is because management spoke to Kerry. Kerry said he watched the show. It is on that premise that he wanted to have the conversation. And more.
But let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question
because you're going around.
No, I'm not going around. So I sent you because just like Kerry said, listen, I'd love for you and Andre to speak about it. I did not get into any details. I also said to you, Andre, in our conversation, that you can have your opinion, he can have his opinion. I said to you, like I said on my show today, I am leaning to Kerry's opinion because I do not believe that Jamaica is playing at grassroots level. And you keep on saying to me, you're not saying Jamaica. And I said, well, I'm singling out Jamaica. They are not. I said that to you consistently. So for you to come on and bring up all the other things about Kerry father having academy, of course we had that conversation. But don't make it appear like I called you and said, listen, we are going to have a conversation today on the show and we're going to talk about Kerry's father academy and that they used to run football. No. So what are you saying?
Let me tell you what I'm saying.
Yes.
Sorry, before Andre continues, I have to jump off at 3. I have a meeting. But anytime I want to discuss this further, I can.
Yeah, man. All right, Kerry. Not a problem.
All right. Bye.
Yeah.
When I sent you the message, management, you called me back. And you said, no, that's not a problem. You said what we want to talk about is players who can afford to play and the idea of the poverty surrounding the game. Right? You agree that's what you talked about?
I agree. We talked about that. You are
right, but you call in response to my email, to my text.
Andre.
Man, I don't want to fight with you. Let me tell you this. Right? I know. I'll tell you this, right? And you never asked me how I know.
Hold on.
I know what you intended to do, and I gave you that today by calling, right? I know what you intended to do, right? I know what you wanted to get.
What are you talking about, bro?
Management, understand this.
I sent you a message. Hold on. I sent you a message today. Said, good day. I sent you the link. I answered you on a question you asked me. All right? I answered you. And I said, chatting with Kerry, can you join? All right? Can you join? You didn't respond. I sent you the show, and then you called it. I asked you to use the link. I said I sent you the link because you're calling in. You say you can't use the link. So I'm going to give, I have the screenshot about it that I can show you. So you, let me finish. You obviously, and you have said it clearly, and more than one occasion in what you have said, that you have been having some conversations about me, or somebody have been having conversation about you. Because when you call the show, Andre, if anybody goes back to the beginning of the show, Kerry heard it. Kerry heard the conversation, and I tried to set up a conversation because both of your opinions are different. At no point did you say to me you don't want to talk to Kerry. Did you say to me at any point, Andre, that you don't mind talking to Kerry?
I don't have to tell you that.
Oh, okay, but you can say other things. No, you can't.
I don't tell you that.
You can't answer that though. You can't answer if you.
No, I did not. I don't have to tell you. I'm not going to talk to Kerry because I didn't see the purpose of the conversation.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
I didn't see the need because you know what?
No, here's what I'm asking you. Here's what I'm asking you. Did you say to me at any point that you don't mind talking to Kerry?
No, I didn't answer you with that. I said when you said it in the beginning. When you said it in the beginning, I said I don't mind talking to Kerry. Kerry is good people. That's what I said to you. Isn't that what I said to you?
Okay. So you say
then I learned. Then I realized that this is bothering you. That this is bothering you, right? And you want to create a conversation between Kerry and I that I don't think is helpful, right? You because you even brought Trinidad into it. I realized you started to question.
But I brought Trinidad into it from the discussion that you and I had on the program. On the program, you and I had a discussion, and I said to you, I don't believe that Jamaica and Trinidad. That was public on the radio, public on the platform. It's not a private.
So hear this. So hear this. Why did you feel it's such a need to have this discussion?
Because
when it's just an opinion.
Exactly.
Well, it's an opinion.
Exactly.
It's an opinion.
Exactly.
You know how many?
You know what is funny? You know what is funny? All Kerry does is the same thing. He has a different opinion from yours. But
I use the word yes, but the word credibility. I use the word credibility purposely. Do you know why I use the word credibility?
What? Why? No, you listen. As far as I can't tell what you mean anymore. So you have to explain why you use it. So I don't know why you use it.
I said this feels as though you're trying to impugn my credibility. This is what I said.
Share with me one thing I said on the show today. If Kerry is giving his opinion, you gave an opinion, Kerry gave his opinion. You said that you don't want anyone to represent you except they are an attorney. You said what you said, and Kerry said, I disagree with it. How am
do you believe?
Let me ask you, you said that it's a matter of your credibility. And I am, again, for your words are important. I don't, whatever you say that I'm doing to your credibility. Tell me a statement that I have made or Kerry have made that is a matter of your credibility.
That I purport to be an expert. You see that statement? Go back and listen to it.
Who said that you're an expert?
Kerry said that.
Okay.
Or whatever word he used.
Okay.
You purport. And you don't know the name of this player. When I never answered whether I know the name of this player.
But Andre, what is clear? That was not the premise.
But let me finish now. Let me finish.
But Kerry said that after you called because.
No, but hold on. There's two ways to talk about ideas. You talk about the ideas. Once you start to attack the individual, it's no longer about the individual.
All right.
It's no longer about the idea.
Here's what I know, Andre. Here's what I know. Let me tell you a couple of things.
No, you messed up, man. You messed up big time on this one.
No. Let me tell you what I know.
No, you messed up on this one. I'm telling you.
Let me tell you this.
I'm telling you.
Let me tell you this again. When you called me, when you called the show, Kerry did not purport anything or said he purport. It was after the show started. So you did not call because Kerry said the word purport to be anything.
No, that I would not call for that. But
exactly, no. But you said you called because of your credibility. So I am asking you before you call. Listen, what I'm asking you, sir.
You're not being reasonable. You're not being reasonable. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you, man.
Go ahead and talk.
Do you think you will come on the show if you have an agenda and say that's your agenda? You set Corey up to do it. That's the accusation I'm making because Corey attacked me personally.
How did he?
Right? Corey is attacking my credibility. I am giving you information why I think these teams are part of an elite environment. Yes. And you all did not even allow me to get to B and C, because B and C does not have the same environments like the teams that are ranked that was in that division, right? Including Saudi Arabia. We have a different environment. And nobody that is involved in football at the highest level will argue against that, right? You taking it personal and feel that I'm saying something against Jamaica. I just told you, Coupe, Christopher Hall, Malachi, and many others have been in my environment. They have been in my environment because I support Jamaica football. I support Trinidad football. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, man, I'm going to.
I support Caribbean. I support Caribbean football, and to try to question my credibility, right, and my work, right, you're making a mistake, management, and that's why I'm approaching it this way today, because I know that this was the agenda.
All right. So you have stated your opinion.
Yeah.
All right. So we did a show, and you gave an opinion about the teams that are in League A and League B and League C. It's your opinion. All right. In League B, my country is in it. I said on the show, even today, and even the first day we had the conversation, it's a general thing that you spoke of, but Jamaica is in it. What I've insisted in and with is that Jamaica as a team can play and compete in League A, and I believe Trinidad can. When Kerry came on, he spoke to those things and talked about Central America. He went beyond your conversation. All right? That is a completely different opinion from your opinion.
Okay, so
all right, you go. I'm going to no, man. I'm going
because you have people in your chat. You have people in your chat.
I'm going to stop, and let you finish.
Right,
because I'm not
because what you're doing. If you have people in your chat that is saying that have a different memory to how things unfolded than you have, then something is wrong with that, right? Something is wrong with that. I've come onto your program many times, and I've come onto your program to try to contribute to any program I go on.
All right,
hold on. No. Let me say my piece, because
because you interrupt me and then you're going to go on to a long thing. I thought you were going to respond to the thing because you're going to go on to something different and talk about contribute. Because
okay, let me tell you, man.
Again, you see, you don't give me a chance to talk because obviously, and you said it. All right.
You go ahead and talk. You go ahead and talk.
So let me say this. There are people in the chat from the very beginning, including Marlon, that has agreed with you. Marlon has agreed with you. Right? Jason even asked a question that suggested that he believes that your assessment is right. Jason Guna, if you go through the chat, you'll see that. And
it is right.
Other persons have come on in the chat and said things in agreement with you, meaning they disagree with Kerry believing that League B or Jamaica could participate. Marlon went as far as even saying the team that Jamaica had in 2023 is a better team than this team. People have different opinion. What has happened, right, is that somehow, and this is, and listen, on this, I can be wrong. Obviously, by what you have said, Mark agrees, and he agrees with Marlon, he agrees with you. Mark, he's there as well. Okay? Now, you see Gunner's boss argument, and then you're going to take that to say, because Gunner's boss said it twice. I am saying to you, when Kerry came on, Kerry said, I heard the show. I listened to it and some later discussion in the week. He brought up some facts and he made his opinion clear on the matter. Now, you believe that those opinions were attacking your credibility when all he was saying is that he believes that your assessment of this thing is not right. That's his opinion. That's his opinion.
Are you done?
That's his opinion. So
I don't.
So
Right,
when somebody said, when Gunners Boss has said that, what he has said about Kerry, when you said that he's attacking your credibility, when you say that, for example, you have also attacked my credibility. You have come on and said I have you have come on and said you have come on and you have said I have conspired. You have come on and you have said that I was setting this up. You have come on and said those things as if Kerry and I are in collusion to come. You know what you said? And then you quickly change your word. You said you heard.
I changed my word.
Yes, you said, and we can go back and find it. I have the precise. You said that you heard before, and then you said you learned. And you said that is why. That is why. Go ahead.
Management.
Yeah.
When I said, and I will say it again, that the League A teams are playing at an elite level, are performing at an elite level, and B and C is performing at a grassroots level. Wasn't Corey on the show? Wasn't Corey on the show that day?
Which the day when you talk about the elite level, Kerry was not on the show. He was not on the show for that part of the show, sir. He was not.
But he was on the show that day.
When you were having, that's what I'm telling you, he said he listened to it because he was on the show having a different discussion. Don't you remember that in that discussion, I think it was the same day he spoke about even your gift towards Jamaica.
Management. And let me say something to you. You understand what happened here. You are now framing it in a way as though it's opinion. I've listened to a lot of opinion on these shows, and I've shared a lot of opinions. This one in particular rubs you the wrong way. And you have had, just like you have had several conversations with me, I would guess that you have had several conversations with Kerry. Right? And this is what you have done in the past. Hold on. This is what you have done in the past. When you wanted to have a conversation, you would call and you would schedule a day and a time. Okay? This one, when I come out of my meeting at 2:15, is when I saw your message and is when I learned that you're having a discussion and my name is being called, right? But the minute, there's some things that Corey said, right, that clearly showed that what I believe is happening is what is happening. Because you believe, and that's why I keep saying to you, that I will not discuss Jamaica, right? I said that to you on several occasions. I'm discussing U15 football. And I work in football and I'm entitled to an opinion. Okay? Am I entitled to an opinion?
But Andre, of course you're entitled to.
Right. So, but what about this particular opinion that rubs you so wrong that you believe it needs to be discussed?
No, I don't. Listen, simple. I don't agree with your opinion. I don't. Kerry has been a gift.
Right. And we could move on. Management.
But you see it again. Here's how we have the conversation. You talk and I listen to you, And if I am interrupting you, you tell me. But when I am talking, you interrupt. So do I interrupt you? No, I need to find out if I'm interrupting you when you're talking. Because
look. Let me say this to you, right? This is a waste of my time, and this is never the type of conversation that I wanted to have in this space. You created the environment for this to happen today. I should have left it alone because I knew where it was going. I knew what you were doing. I knew what your intention was, right? And you can doubt that. You can say what you want about what your intention was. The only reason that this turned out this way because you created the environment for it to turn out this way. And you have to accept that responsibility, right? It's up to you to accept it. But I've been a guest on your program ever since. I've never disrespected anybody. I've brought value, I would like to think, but this particular conversation, and there's a few people may not understand the extent of it, But I know that you wanted. There was an intention as far as this conversation is concerned, right? And you attack my credibility, and that's how I feel about it.
All right. So listen, you see in life, everyone controls their feeling. I don't control how you feel. I can't control how you feel. What I've asked you is, where have I attacked your credibility on the show? That's what I keep on asking you. You said, on the show, I have attacked your credibility.
I never said that.
What did you say, Andre?
I said you attack my credibility. You are adding on the show, and you know why you're adding on the show. Because if you add on the show, it means you cannot attack my credibility anywhere else.
So you're saying that I have attacked your credibility?
I'm not saying anything. I just said what I said.
So I have.
If you said on the show, you take away the possibility of you doing it anywhere else. Don't try to rephrase what I say.
Listen, I'm not rephrasing anything. So I attacked your credibility. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I believe happened. That's what I believe happened.
So you believe that I attacked your credibility?
Yes, you created an environment for that to happen. I believe that.
So I created an environment for your credibility to be attacked. And So that in essence is I attacked your credibility because I created the environment for your credibility.
Yes, you created an environment.
So I created an environment for your credibility to be attacked.
Yeah.
All right. So
because I've never had this type of conversation on your show.
All right. So
I've always come onto the show. I've always come onto your show as a friend of the show, as your friend. What you did today, you put me at odds with somebody else about a football opinion that I had. That's how you attack my.
So let me.
You created an environment.
All right. So you believe again. It's what you believe. And Andre, let me say this.
Yeah.
All right. Number one. Personally, let me say this. I don't believe you have any issues with Kerry, and personally, Kerry.
No, I don't.
All right. So just tell me when you finish, and I will speak. Because I'm not going to. I promise myself I'm not going to interrupt you, but you have to allow me to speak. And Kerry doesn't have an issue with you. All right. Kerry is here. All right. Kerry is here to have an opinion because he was at the competition that differs from yours. All right. When the show is done, if he sees you, no issue. I believe it is the same with you. All right. There was no conspiracy. You said that I created an environment for your credibility to be attacked because at first I thought you were saying that I attacked your credibility. You're saying that having the show created an environment. I am saying even in the comment section, triple people who are my very good friends. Gunner's boss was my very good friend. There are people who are very close to me who agrees with your opinion. Others agree with Kerry's opinion. I cannot understand yet what I have said to make you believe that I am attacking your credibility. 1. 2, what statement you heard from Kerry to make you believe it was a matter of attacking your credibility and not presenting the facts that he has that differs from yours? That's all I'm asking you, because how you are framing it, in my opinion, is this that Manningsman and Kerry sat down. This is how I'm perceiving it. Manningsman and Kerry sat down, decided that they were going to come out here for whatever reason and take on Andre and tear him down. I cannot agree with that. That was not Kerry's intent. That was not my intent. And you brought it up. You and I have had.
Yeah, I brought it up.
No, you don't know what I'm going to say though. But you brought it up. You and I have had private conversations, all right, about this. And in those private conversations, we still disagree. Right? I've shared with you, like you clearly said about Kerry and what he has done. And you and I agree that he is a good person. I am yet to understand then why you believe he's a good person. And I thought I'm a good person in your eyes, that we would come out and try to attack your credibility. It's kind of funny because on 2 times, I think it may have been a slip of the lip, or maybe my hearing is wrong. But you kept on saying you heard and you were told, which Andre suggests to me that someone has been saying things. This is what it suggests to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that someone has been saying things to you about me. Therefore, when you heard this conversation, you said, and the person called you and tell you, go and listen now. So all of that made you come on to the show. Instead of saying, listen, Kerry, that's your opinion. All you have to say is that I disagree. Because people disagree with him. And then show, and then let me know where it is that he had said something that speaks about your like I said, your credibility in terms of your acumen, or you helping Jamaicans and people who are in your academy from Jamaica, and I don't know. I think Gunner's boss quoted the closest thing he said to that is that when you speak about Caribbean football, I think Gunner's boss brought back up that quote. He said, Kerry said Andre wanted to be the high critic of Caribbean football. That is what he said. A high critic of Caribbean football. So maybe you feel like those things are attacking your credibility. Almost everybody on here, Andre, criticizes Jamaican football. Every single person. We tear it down every day on YouTube. Every day. It's not a matter of credibility. But I allow you to speak, sir.
So this is where you frame things the way that you want to frame it. At the end of the day, man, it's like you're asking questions about who tell me what and all that kind of stuff.
I didn't ask any questions.
That stuff.
I did
well,
not.
you make statements, right? You make statements. You're creating on some hypotheticals. At the end of the day, if that conversation meant that much to you, I've known you how long now, right? And in the past, when you wanted me on your show, you made sure I'd agree to it, right? I've never been a topic of conversation in your show, and I was a topic of conversation in your show. At least my opinion was, right? And if you wanted to if you had a problem with my opinion, you should have allowed me the opportunity to be there and let me take it or not take it, right? Because when you do it out of my presence, I cannot defend myself. It's unfair to me. It's unfair to anybody.
Totally.
Right? It's unfair to any, right? And if
totally.
This is about respect.
Totally.
I've showed you respect ever since I've known you, right? And I think I've carried myself on your program or any other program in a respectful manner. My only intent is to bring value. When it comes to Caribbean football, if me wanting Caribbean football to improve, and that includes Trinidad and that includes Jamaica, and function at a level that we all could take pride in, go to World Cups at the youth level, play quality football, just like the Japanese, the pride that they feel when they watch the national team play, or the Spanish, or the English, if me wanting that for the Caribbean is being a critic of Caribbean football, then what can I say? I just believe that in the Caribbean, we have talent, we have the ability to be competitive in a lot of spaces, and we're not maximizing it.
All right.
What's wrong with that? With believing that?
But all right, Andre.
To go back.
So you have 2 things missing. One, nobody said that you're not supposed to be a critic of. We are supposed to be, and I said that about Jamaica. We are supposed to be. You're saying that I'm framing things. Again, maybe I misheard, and if I did, I will take responsibility. I did not ask you to give me the name of anybody. I don't want.
Let me
finish. Let me finish, sir. You said though that I am like asking about me. I didn't. What I'm saying to you is that you said you were told by someone not to call the show, and you went against that and you called the show. In your conversation as well, you also said, Andre, right? And you were going ahead. You said that you heard, and then you took back the word and you said, and you went on about this setting up and conspiracy.
My lawyer told me not to call. My lawyer told me not to. So let's kill that.
So fine.
My lawyer told me not to call. That's who told me not to call.
So
because I was with him when I had the when Corey was saying what he was saying. Right, and he said, "No, don't get involved in that."
All right. So your lawyer, fine, cool. So your lawyer told you to call, and you heard that this was management was cooking up something, Andre, right? Because you said that, or you learned that.
This is why it's hard to talk to you. This is why it's hard to talk to you.
Which word do I use? Which word? Do I cooking seem like a simple word? Do I use?
Yeah, what you just said. Yeah, what you just said. I just said to you that I was with my lawyer. I had it on.
Not to call the show, but the other one was
right. But you said your response was your lawyer said management was cooking up something.
No,
I mean, come on.
No.
Sensationalism, and I don't deal with that.
I did not say that, Andre. I'm telling you, you know. I think.
What did you say? What did you say?
I did not say that.
What was cooking up about?
No. So let me. Just please.
Management.
Andre, just listen. Please just listen to me now.
No.
I think there's what. Andre, listen. And no, Brett, you are not like this. You're upset. So please listen.
No, I'm not upset. No, I'm not upset. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that you created this environment today. Yeah. I'm frustrated that you made me a topic of your conversation on your show, right? And you didn't give me a chance, right?
Andre.
Like you have done in the past to be part of that conversation. And in the show, the person that you wanted me to talk about, he says, I am purporting to be. So he's saying that I'm trying to be something that I'm not. And you don't even want to acknowledge that.
Yep.
You don't even want to acknowledge that. Did you hear him say that?
He said that you're purporting. So when you spoke, he's purporting. You're purporting to what, though? Purporting to what? No.
Listen to me.
You see it again. You want me to answer, but we're not having a. All right, go ahead.
So you don't remember the statement? You don't remember the statement?
He said, but I'm asking you. He said
I'm purporting to be an expert or whatever word he used on the football and have an opinion, and I don't even know the name of the players. That's an attack on me. That's a direct attack. That's disrespectful. You don't agree with that?
Okay. So
do you agree with that or not?
Personally,
you see?
No,
you're not being honest. So let's end the conversation.
I'm going to answer you.
No, today's Friday.
But I'm answering.
Today's Friday.
Andre, but you have to give me a chance to answer. In the context of the conversation, I can understand how you feel that way. And
no. Don't disrespect me like that. No.
But you have to let me finish.
You disrespected me.
So I didn't listen. Let me finish. In the context of the conversation, I can totally understand how you would feel that was a statement of disrespect. I can understand that totally. I will say to you, though, that knowing you and knowing Kerry was not seeking to disrespect you. I'll go further to say, if you, when you use the word purport, said, listen, that sounds disrespectful, I don't think Kerry would have had an issue to say.
Go back and look at the show. Go back and look at your own show.
Which is
no,
fine.
You cannot speak for Kerry. You cannot speak for Kerry. Let's look. Drew Anywhere the Sport suggests that the conversation should end. I agree with him, management.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with him, right? I went against the best advice, okay, and I allowed this to happen. And look, at the end of the day, football it have a million different opinions. Jack Warner once said the problem with Trinidad is that we have 1.5 million coaches, right? And everybody's a coach in football. But I gave you this today. And I'm disappointed with myself that I allow you to have this. But that's fine. You have this, and I know what I know, and you know what I know. All right? So enjoy the rest of the day, okay?
Okay. All right. Bless up. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate your call. And stuff. Yeah. And I know that one day you and Kiri will have a conversation because I don't think there is any animosity. At the end of the day, this is an opinionated show, and I respect your opinion. And many things I don't agree with it. There are many things you and I completely disagree with. Even with Arsenal, and we have spoken vociferously about these things. We disagree completely.
But you have never created an environment for me to be disrespected. That's the difference.
Okay. I will say this.
That's the difference.
All right. So like I said, I will say this. Kerry, and in the same way,
you will not even accept that the statement Corey make was disrespectful to me, right?
Andre, but
the relationship, you and I have.
You're not listening. But you're not listening to me. I said to you, given the context of the conversation, I can understand how you would feel that way, my brother. I totally understand.
And that in itself is a disrespect because you're saying I'm being emotional. You're not addressing the issue. But let me say this before I go. Let me say this before I go to you. Go for it, because at least so that you have this documented. Yeah. If you believe that the teams in League B and League C generally have more developed league programs than the team in League A.
Yeah.
If they have higher investment in player development, if you believe that they have deeper player pools, right? If you believe they have deeper player pools than the team in League A, that's fine, right? They weren't in the top 8 teams in the ranking, right? So they land where they land. Jamaica as a country in League B did what they're supposed to do. They beat everybody in front of them, right? They beat everybody in front of them. And they make a case to earn a place into League A. You were arguing that they're supposed to be there, right? So Jamaica did what they were supposed to do to earn the spot into League A. I don't see a problem with that argument. League B and C, they have less. They don't get the international experience that some of the other teams get, like the USA, like Mexico. So there's a lot of things that's not happening in those spaces that what would make them closer to grassroots, right? We didn't see a style of play like we saw with the teams in those places necessarily in terms of, you see they're repeating stuff over and over again as a development tournament. So if you think that the League B and League C teams, let me ask you this, do you think the League B teams have those things that I just mentioned?
I don't believe that Jamaica's elite environment. Jamaica don't have their players playing a lot more football than the players who are probably in the United States of America. They play way more football than the Jamaican players. And I think that's probably for a lot of the places in the Caribbean. No one did we disagree that the academies in the USA and the academy system over there are probably in terms of environment way better than the academy systems in the Caribbean.
So if we look at the things that make an environment, an elite environment, and we understood those things, do you really believe we'd be having this discussion?
The discussion can be had.
Because you just agreed with me. You just agreed with me that the League A teams have more of the things that's required to be considered an elite environment.
Yeah,
you just agreed with me with that, right?
So that don't mean, like, there are two different things, all right, that is at play here. And I'll go back to my argument, and the argument that Kerry is making. It's a difference of opinion. All right. Now, again, at no point of my show let me just say this because I want to really go over something. And I want to say this to all the persons listening. Andrea and I talk, I would say, every single week, unless something happens. Kira and I, Kira and I rarely have phone conversation, except that we in group and their general conversation. But we don't really, Kira and I don't have regular conversation. Andrea and I speak every week. And most of our conversations are different opinion. When you go to Arsenal and lots of other things. All right? So, first and foremost, for everyone listening, at no point did I create any program to attack anyone's credibility, worse Andre's credibility. At no point was my program designed to create any environment for him to be disrespected by my callers, the persons in the comment section, or me, the host. No, he feels that way. And if he feels that way, for that, I can apologize. But at no point my intentions were any way, shape, or form down that. Secondly, while I can't speak for Kerry and each man must represent himself, at no point, in fact, Kerry was actually unavailable. When he saw the show, he asked for the link. It's not like anything was planned. He never had time. In fact, there are persons who can testify that he was unavailable, and after the show started, he came on. Because the topic up here really has nothing to, it was after the show he came on, and I sent Andre the link. So let me just clarify that. This was not planned to happen because Kerry was unavailable and Andre had not responded. All right? So let us move from that. While I agree that academies in Canada, in Mexico, in the USA, and probably in Central America, and I've never been to some of those places. I haven't been to all of them. I've been to some. While they may have better academic systems, they may have safer spaces and better surfaces. When it comes to U14 and U15 and the teams that came up, I hold my position. At this level, the top teams in the Caribbean, in my opinion, can compete against them. You have the USA and the Mexico that stands out, but most of these other teams, we can compete with them. Not just Jamaica, but even Trinidad, who is a rival nation of Jamaica. We saw that in the 2023. Now we can say the Jamaica team in 2023 was way better. But I believe that this team in the 2025 edition, if they were in League A, they would have competed and would not look any less than the teams that are in League A. Depending on the group that they were in, I believe that if placed in a favorable group, they could have come out even a second place. I still stand by that because I make a distinction between all the other stuff, the environment, the academic system, and I make a distinction between that and when the team assembly to play in a competition, how they look. Like I said, and Kerry agreed, leader agreed, when we get older in age group, the gap between us and many of these teams widen because this is where we struggle. After under 15, we struggle. The
so
gap,
could you stop there? Could you stop there?
Let me finish. The gap widen. And then somehow at the senior level, there's a little bit of closing of the gap. That is my position, and I believe that, and that is my opinion. All right.
So stop there. Why do you think that the teams in the Caribbean are able to compete at that age group? What is your reasoning?
When I speak of the teams in the Caribbean, again, I speak primarily.
No. What? Right.
I'm going to.
But Trinidad and Jamaica. Why do you think that age group they're able to compete?
So let me tell you. So at the under 15 and under 14, right? And I won't put like Haiti in it because they are not English speaking. Let's stick to the two English speaking Caribbean territories, Trinidad and Jamaica. I think at this age, a lot of it is based on a lot of raw talent, in my opinion. Raw talent, like fan of the show says, athleticism is a part of that as well. And it is easier to keep them together and prepare them together at a younger age group. At a younger age group, for example, in Jamaica, you'll find a lot of these guys playing like primary prep school course. So there's a lot of football coming up at this stage. It has shown, especially with like the tedious program that they have, that the fact that they have been, like Leader explained, that to have these guys for over 2 years meeting regularly helps with that. So I believe, and if you go back, we always do well at this age group against the Central American teams in particular. At this age group, when the Jamaican youth teams, when the academy teams travel, it's not like they are getting 6 and 7 and 8. We are more likely to get that from the Mexicos, probably at the U20s and stuff like that. But at this younger age group, I think some of those factors help to keep the gap closer. It keeps it closer, but it widens because once they reach 15 and 16, the amount of football that they're supposed to play significantly reduces. The professional environment, it cuts down because now it's dependent on schoolboy football. But at under 15, a lot of these kids are playing probably the same level, whether they are in the USA or in Jamaica. A lot of them. You may find some elite ones in some of the top academies and stuff. So I believe that. I believe at this age group, it is closer. It is a whole lot closer.
Could you clarify something for me? You said a lot of things, but you agreed. Do you agree that you're saying that they can compete at that level because of athleticism?
That's one of the things that I use. I said other things as well. I said,
what else?
I spoke about raw talent. I believe that at this time, like Kelvin Brown, for example, Kelvin Brown at this time is just raw talent that is being refined. Big, strong, 6 feet odd guy. Same thing with Morris as well. Big, strong guys. We saw that with Kevin Nolan, who is 15, right? He could not play. Big, strong. That helps them in this level. Also, again, they have been together for a very long time, and there's a whole lot of football being played at their age group, so that they are very active and playing football. So there's a lot more football being played by them at this age group, from primary to prep school league, the Alberga Cup, and all of these things coming up. Then you get to when after you finish that. Again, they're going to the TDS. They have right now. They have like parish under 13. They have parish under 15. Let me say that in the schools they have the under 14 competition. The schools play under 14 in Kingston. Go ahead. Yeah.
You said athleticism, which is a physical thing, and you said raw talent are the two of the reasons why they can compete. I
also spoke about the length of time that they have been together. I also spoke about all the football that they have been playing. And they play more football at this level. I said those other 4 things as well.
Okay. So you agree that you agree that athleticism is a physical thing? Would you agree that?
If it's a physical thing?
Yeah.
So yeah, I believe that Kelvin Brown made a huge difference for Jamaica.
Let's not talk about any one player.
But I have to use an example. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you, so go ahead.
But physical attributes, we don't have to go to any one individual to describe physical attributes. At the U14 age, you said athleticism is one of the reasons they are able to compete. And that has to do athleticism. When you talk about athleticism, you talk about things like strength, speed, power, agility. Those are the things you talk about when you talk. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Right. Then you said raw talent. Would you agree that logically raw talent is undeveloped talent?
Yeah, undeveloped talent.
It's uneducated talent. There's something there, but it's not developed.
All right. It is undeveloped. I'm answering you. Yeah. I'm just answering you. All right, go ahead. Tell me when I'm supposed to answer.
Answer. I just think that it's a yes or no, but you go ahead.
I am answering.
Answer
I believe when I speak of raw talent, it is underdeveloped talent.
Right.
Not necessarily undeveloped. Because
right. Could you stop there? So you're speaking about athleticism, you're speaking about underdeveloped talent, and you're speaking that they're playing a lot of football, right? What is the difference between a team from the Caribbean at that age, you think, and a team from Spain, England, France, America, Mexico at the same age?
So
do you think that it's just raw talent they're dealing and underdeveloped talent?
No.
Or things like game intelligence?
You brought me to Europe, or say like England.
Oh, okay. Forget Europe. Mexico, America, Honduras. So things like game intelligence and that kind of stuff. Do you think they're playing off of things like that, or they're just using raw talent as well?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you what they do. All right. So am I supposed to answer, sir? Because it sounds like you're interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I don't know what is the premise of Honduras's football development. What I know is that Jamaica, when they play Honduras on the few occasions at this level, we normally win. Right? We normally beat Honduras at this level, Guatemala at this level, El Salvador at this level. When we get to under 20, those teams somehow get better than us. That is the premise of my argument. No, if you can prove otherwise, that is fine. I believe that at this age group, the gap is not wide in this region. Maybe it is in Europe, because Europe at 7, I have heard many times of players going into, like even as we just hear about at 9 and 8, they're already in our academies at Arsenal and those places, and in the Barcelona academies. I would never dare compare the Jamaican to people in those academy setup. I do agree that they have better academy systems. So in America and in Mexico, they probably have them learning certain things from 8 and 9 and 10 years old in with visual stuff, analyzing the game, breaking it down, looking at their physical. Like when we went to Chelsea, we saw where as early as they come into the academy, they look at their running, how they run, how their physical shape, where is the balance of their weight, all of those things. We don't have some of those things.
Right, so let me ask you this.
In Jamaica, however,
let me ask you two things.
However, we have seen Jamaican teams go to the to clubs in Europe. We have seen that with Phoenix, and they go and play against these teams at the younger age group, and they come out on top. We have seen teams go to Sweden at under 13. We have seen teams go to Holland at under 13, and they do well against some of the top clubs across. So I'm saying that at that age group, I think there's a talent factor. There's a talent factor in it that is, while it is not fully developed, but maybe the raw material that we have to work with may be greater than those in those places. So that gives us an edge. And so when better coaches come in and take the ordinary talent, they take them further than we can take the good talent in Jamaica, because we don't have the good coaching to do it. So when it gets to 17, when you need elite level coaching, you don't have that. And the guy in Mexico has elite level coaching, and the guy in England have elite level coaching. They go further. So when we get there, the gap widens.
Okay, so I and this is where the confusion starts, right? They are getting elite level coaching at that age, and they are not playing to win. They're playing to develop players. Okay, so they behave a lot different. You're saying that we are using athleticism and underdeveloped talent to compete at this level. That's what we have. And you say the gap grow at 16 and 17, right? And anyone would understand that the gap grows at that age because the foundation is not in place at 12, 13, and 14, right? So if they have all the things that you're saying they have in those environments, you just mentioned Chelsea, and I'm sure I probably could use Chelsea now because you mentioned Chelsea, right? If you start to use what those clubs have in those spaces, even here in America, would you agree that at 14 and 15, they can be playing the game at an elite level?
But nobody, listen, in America, of course you have kids. I've seen clubs in America at under 14 playing at elite level.
So, all right, so this is what I'm saying. So you just earlier in the conversation, you said several times, you disagreed with my opinion. Corey disagrees with my opinion. He have a different opinion, is what you said. But everything you've said in the last 5 minutes testify to the fact that these teams were playing at an elite level because of the things that they have. You mentioned a lot of them.
No, all right. This is where now there's a distinction, sir. Because you're saying, based on what I just said, I am also, you see what you're saying is not what I'm saying. You are saying, based on the fact that I spoke about certain things, I am saying that Nicaragua was playing at an elite level. Honduras was playing at an elite level. I am not saying that. I am not saying that. I am not saying that, sir. I am not saying that. I put it to you that that is not what I'm saying.
So I'm just using your words, right? And I guess if I'm not understanding...
So let me say it again. Let me say it again.
What are you saying?
Let me say it again. There's a difference between, I can separate Mexico and USA, and to an extent Canada, right? We can separate those. Those are the probably the top teams in CONCACAF. So let's do that, number one. All right, so let's get down. I have no proof that Honduras at this age group is playing at an elite level, and that would make Jamaica be at grassroots level. The environment in Jamaica, the fact that we don't have proper academy structure, the fact that we don't have as good surfaces as what probably in Honduras. When the Jamaica U15 team meet up with the Honduras team, I don't believe that Honduras U15 are elite and Jamaica is grassroots. That is what I am saying.
What you believe, and what is reality is two different things.
So
right?
give me the reality. What is the reality?
I don't know how much of the games that you watch, but elite level performance, right, comes out as a product of certain environments. They have elite players, right? There's grassroots players. There's professional players. There's players at different levels. Elite level performance comes out of a certain environment, and it looks a certain way on the pitch. It seemed to me.
I watch Nicaragua game. But I have to answer you. I watch a Nicaragua game, and Nicaragua is not playing at an elite level, and Jamaica play at grassroots.
Does ranking in football means anything to you?
Of course it does. But there's no U15.
Okay, so why are you dismissing the ranking?
But there's no U15 ranking. There's no U15 ranking. So it's not about ranking.
So let me ask you this.
Kerry also also answered that earlier.
Yeah, but we know the answer to that. So,
what is the answer?
Do you not think?
The answer is.
Do you not think that if you're developing players, and is it more likely in the environments that these guys have that if they have a good team at under 15, that they will have a good team at under 17? Is there a chance that might happen, or even better team at under 17?
The same thing with Jamaica, of course.
No. Is
it the same thing with Jamaica, Andre?
What? Okay, hold on a minute. Why are you trying to make this discussion about Jamaica? We're talking under 15 football.
But I can only.
I'm not discussing. I'm not specifically.
I cannot. What you want to ask me? I cannot tell you what is happening in every place in the Caribbean and every place. So what I want to do.
Okay, so the rules. The rules are the rules, right? CONCACAF put the rules in place. The under 15 placement is based on the under 17 ranking, right? Is that correct?
No, you tell me the rule. No, man, I'm going to listen. So I don't want to interrupt you, Go ahead.
You see, now you don't want to have a conversation.
What do you mean?
Actually, that's correct. So we're on the same page.
So the last under 17, CONCACAF used that to reshape how the under 15 is selected.
Right.
All right.
So that only applies to Jamaica, or it applies to the entire Caribbean, the CONCACAF?
So the entire CONCACAF, the teams in League A were selected based on the last under 17. It has nothing to do.
And in the under 17,
go ahead.
In the under 17 ranking, they took the top 8 teams in the ranking, right?
Yes, the team that qualified. Yes.
Right. That did not include Jamaica. That did not include
Jamaica.
Trinidad.
Did not qualify. Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
the second tier is 9 to 16 or something like that, right? And then there's the third tier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So even if you take that into consideration, do you recognize where Trinidad finished third, which was 11th? Right? Do you recognize, and we know how footballers things change rapidly, but do you recognize that 11th does not put Trinidad in a position to qualify for a World Cup? Right? That's 11th. Then the second tier, they came third. Right? That's 11th. Jamaica did what they're supposed to do. They won the League B, but that puts Jamaica as what? At 9th.
We can't qualify, right? So we don't qualify either. And that means that next season, what I'm saying is that the next time around, as long as we don't qualify, we will always be in Pool B. Because it don't matter if we dominate Pool A, Pool B, we can't go to Pool A because it's not based.
Right. So hear what? What is wrong with Trinidad, Jamaica, whoever? What is wrong with them doing the work from now to qualify for the next World Cup, to put you, or to get closer to put you into the League A? What's wrong with that?
Go over the question again. I'm not sure I get it.
What is wrong with a team that is in League B doing what they need to do between now and then to qualify for League A?
There's nothing. What I'm saying, the next.
But that's all we're talking about, man. That's all we're talking about.
But let me answer you, please. You asked me a question. Can I please just answer you so we can have the conversation? There's absolutely nothing the next set of under 15 can do in their lifetime to play in Pool B, Pool A. They can't do a thing. There's absolutely nothing they can do. Them being in Pool B has nothing to do with the next set of under 15. It has to do with
how many teams qualified for the under 17 World Cup? How many teams qualified for the under 17 World Cup?
Let me finish. Let me say it again. The next set of under 15 can do nothing at all for them to play in Pool A. The only thing that can happen is the next set of under 17.
All right.
Qualified.
But those are the rules. But those are the rules, man. So if Jamaica go, there's a World Cup every year. If Jamaica go and is successful and qualify for the next rounds of World Cup, doesn't that put the U15 team in League A?
It does, but it don't. I don't believe the team. So the under 17 qualifies. I do not believe that automatically means that the next team that Jamaica has in the U15, even if they are in League A, are playing at elite level. That is where you and I differ. Because we could be in League A and we said, listen, a grassroots, this is a team of fair play. Because being in League A for me doesn't mean that the team is elite. That is my difference with you. I'm using Jamaica and I'm sticking to Jamaica. I could have a Jamaica team. Let me say it again. I could have a Jamaican team in 2027 that ends up in League A. And I will say to you that this team is not better than the 2025 team, and they should be in League C. Because being in League A don't mean you're elite.
And I'll entertain you on this. If Jamaica has a team in League A in 2027 you use, then guess what? I would hope that they would be playing elite level football. Right? So they can compete with America and they can compete with Canada and they can compete with Mexico. Here's the only difference between you and I. That I believe in the Caribbean, I truly believe in the Caribbean, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, that we have the ability to do better. That's what I believe in my heart. Okay, and I don't believe in handouts. I don't believe that CONCACAF needs to do us any favor. We just need to do the work and go beat people and play football at a high level. That's what I believe.
So let me tell you, do you know that there's a part of this, right? It's just that. So depending on who hosts, so for example, if St. Martin's hosts the next under-17 qualifiers, do you know that they automatically, based on how they issue points, they automatically can get more points than Jamaica and Trinidad and end up in League A? According to CONCACAF. So if St. Martin were to host, because when you host the competitions, I think there are some 2,000 points thing or allocation. I can get the correct number for you. But they could host it, and because they host it for the next edition, they could end up in even League A of the under 15, because that's the only other way to get points, which is to host the thing, and you get additional points. It doesn't mean then that St. Martin is elite, because I don't believe, I think Suriname, let me give you an example. This is my opinion. I watch Suriname play, and I think Suriname is in League C. I believe, this is my opinion, maybe I'm not a coach. I watch Suriname games. Suriname won League C. I think Suriname, if Suriname were in League B, they possibly would have played Jamaica in the final. I think like Suriname could even play in League A, because they look elite, though they are in League C.
That's your opinion.
There you go.
And that's fine. I have no problem with your opinion. Right? At the end of the day, you believe that the rules should be, you seem to believe that the rules should be cast aside and Jamaica should be in League A.
No.
And all I'm saying is this. Jamaica did what they're supposed to do in League B. Right? That's life. They beat everybody that was put in front of them. Okay? And they got to the, hopefully that group of kids, the next 2 years, they're going to get the international experience. They're going to get the exposure that they need. They're going to get the development that they need, that they're going to go beyond what you're saying they had, which is the athleticism and the raw talent, and we could nurture it and add everything else that we can add to it. So, and as well as the U17, so that when they get to that level, they're playing elite level football and we all could enjoy.
I don't want to keep, I don't want to rehash stuff, but one of the points Kerry was making is that 11 of the starters against Jamaica from, I think, Puerto Rico play in elite environments in the USA. And he was calling out some of them who play at some of the top, like Inter Miami and some of the top academies. And as I think, I can't speak for anybody, I think the point he was making is this, that did, if we go by the environment that they're in, it automatically means that Puerto Rico is supposed to beat Jamaica, which is not the case. Right? It comes across that way.
No, it's football we're talking about, man, is man. And look at it's football we're talking about. And anything can happen on the football pitch. So I don't know why you're creating this illusion that somehow that thing's supposed to go this way. America was supposed to be better against Mexico in the final. They won't. Mexico was ridiculous. It's youth football, it's young kids we're talking about as well. They could perform well today and then tomorrow is nothing, right? Or not very much. So at the end of the day, nobody would change my perspective or my belief that in the Caribbean, right? And I know you like to think into Trinidad and Jamaica, that we have enough talent, raw talent as you put it, and athleticism to work with, that we can do better, whether it's at the youth level or at the senior team level, right? We just need to do our work. That's all I'm saying. And if believing that if we function at a higher standard, we can get more out of our kids and be more competitive in the region is offensive, then I'm sorry.
Andre,
then I'm sorry.
Oh, my brother.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else.
My brother. You see, why, you know, all right. So I don't. You see, I think you all of us mean well. You mean well. I don't think to make it appear.
No.
Andrew, I don't want like you know. I feel like why do you think we have a problem? Like you want Caribbean football to be better? Like I don't know. I don't even know.
Here where the problem is. Here where the problem is. Some of us watch our countries play, and because we get the result, we get emotional, and we say we're doing great, right? And we must know that if you watch the performance, when we get to the next level, with that same performance, bring us success at that level, right? So people involved in football will look at it and say, yeah, this is working here, but it may not work here for these reasons. Okay? So all I'm saying is we need to play football in a way or develop the players in a way that the goal is to get to the highest level that is possible. Give players a chance to be successful in the professional game, if that's what they want.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the.
I don't think anybody.
You agree?
I don't think, but nobody is disagreeing. Is that we need to prepare the players to perform at a professional level. I don't.
Then why we have a problem with grassroots with an opinion? All we need to do is fix it. We seem tied. We're not functioning at the same level of America. We're not providing the same environment as Mexico.
No. All right. No. So
are we management?
Andrew, but I'm saying again, like nobody. I don't know. Maybe again, I am going to take responsibility for not hearing correctly or not understanding well. I don't know of anyone who is saying that the environment for football in the Caribbean, in terms of our surfaces and all of those things, needs to improve. I don't know. I have never said that. I don't think Kerry in his discussion was saying that it don't needs to be improved. In fact, everyone who listened to me, I said this. While I think this Jamaican team that was out there was good, there were like 3 players I think that could have been added, would have even lifted the quality of the team to a higher level. All right. I still said that this team, though they had more possession than all the teams, I felt like they were very good defensively. They have very good attackers. They were good in midfield. They still gave away the ball a whole lot. That's something that they need to work on, that needs to be improved. All of us agree to that. I think the disagreement is the teams in League A are playing at an elite level, right? Are performing at an elite level, and those in B are at grassroots. No, on average, you can say generally that is so, but I will say again, I believe like if Jamaica were in League A, I'm not asking CONCACAF to change their rules. I don't agree with the rule. The rule is the rule. If you U17 don't qualify, you're going to stay in Pool B. That's it. I don't agree with that. All right. So if Jamaica were in League A, I think depending on who we were in group with, we could have come out. I also believe that within the Trinidad team, they have quality and could have done so as well. That is my position. I'm not comparing the environment in Trinidad versus the environment in Mexico. I would be a fool to do that. What I know is that despite the environment at this level, the gap is not wide. But as it gets older, all of those things that you mentioned, they do play a greater role. And so the gap gets wider. And that is why we struggle at those levels. I think Kelvin Brown, I think the Jamaican team, for example, the Jamaican team, they have some good players who need a lot of work to get even better, because I still believe they could have been way more better than they are. And maybe it's the environment, but I still believe with all of those inadequacies, if they were in Pool B, they would have looked as competitive as any of the other team. In Pool A, they would have looked as competitive as any of the other team in Pool A.
I want you to do this, right? Because obviously you're not gonna agree with me, and that's fine. I want you to get in touch with somebody. You have a lot of guys that you probably know that is coaching, and ask them why it is they feel, why it is there's a gap, and actually all you have to ask, why is there? Why are some teams at the youth level is competitive with teams from better environment at U13 and U14 and in U15, but the gap widens when they get older?
That is what I want to know.
Right?
You said it.
Right.
No, I understand because it is because
I give you the answer, but you're not believing me.
No, I agree with you.
Because you're making the same argument.
No, I agree with you. I agree that.
Right, but you're making the same argument.
No.
So
there's two
let me say what. So you just give your opinion. Let me tell you what I feel about it. I have no problem with it, and that's why I think this is a nothing discussion. It shouldn't exist because it's two opposing opinions between people in football, and I don't think it needed to be debated in this space because it was said, and if you disagreed with it, you said you disagreed with it on that day, and it should have ended there. That's my point to you.
All
right? And
so
I have no problem with your opinion.
So fine. So you and I had that. That's so. This wasn't me. Anyway, I don't want to go back to the beginning because this.
Don't leave that alone. That is what it is.
So let me say this again. While I agree that the entire Caribbean and Central America needs to improve, the Caribbean in particular needs to improve, I still believe that at the younger age group level, the teams in the Caribbean can compete against other teams in CONCACAF. Because
the teams,
because of some of the issues that you have raised, when the players get older, when it has to do with a lot of these other things that you mentioned, the gap widens. That's all I'm saying.
Let me point this out to you, right? You keep saying that the teams in the Caribbean could compete. The teams in the Caribbean compete at every level, but it's not consistently. Trinidad stopped America from going in the World Cup 2 World Cups ago. They competed on that day. Trinidad beat America in Trinidad the other day. I think it was a Nations League game. They competed that day. But across the board, especially when the games are played outside of Trinidad, is Trinidad really competitive to the USA on any given day? So we gotta understand the gap that we need to close to be able to compete consistently, to be an elite team. Right? We don't have a league. We don't have a sustainable league. Okay. We don't have the environment that puts us in a position. Back when Trinidad went to the World Cup, the under-17 and under-20 World Cup some years ago, that was a different environment. When 2006, when we went to the World Cup, we had a different environment. Now we don't have that environment. We are not competing consistently. So you can look at that as how you want to look at Jamaica, but at the end of the day, my belief is that we should be doing better. That's my belief. We can do better. We have the raw talent. That's my belief. And if that's offensive, again, that's fine.
All right.
Because we got to be able to deal with feedback. If my opinion is that the teams in B and C, and I said the teams in B and C, I never said Jamaica, and I don't know why it's so offensive. The team in B and C. If you want to focus on Jamaica, that's fine. You can do that, right? But why we never explored why I'm saying that, and every time we try to talk about that, we go a different direction. And anybody in football would understand that. That's why and there are people in football who could disagree with it. And Corey disagreed with it, and that's fine too with me, because football is not mine. I don't have all the answers for football. But what I do know is that I have enough experience in football to say that and understand it and understand what I'm saying. And maybe you'd understand it better if I write it out for you. I write it out in front of you.
Yeah.
And share it with anybody. Share it with anybody. I'm going to write it out in front of you this thing. and share it with anybody in football, and see if they disagree.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think at any point Kira or myself was disagreeing that the Caribbean needs to improve. So I don't know how we got there. But if you think we disagree with you on that, then we find it offensive that you say that Caribbean should. I don't know. That's what this is about.
Well, no, I am saying that what you all did. We know what you all disagree. We all know what you all disagreed on, right? My problem was I wasn't allowed to be part of it from the beginning. Number one, which is unfair, and number two, how could if we have respect for each other, how could somebody be questioning my credibility or expertise? We can disagree, but once you say I am pretending to be this, I mean, that's disrespectful, man, and you can't bring yourself to say, well, yeah, that was wrong and should not happen. You're saying, yeah, what you're doing to me. I sorry you feel that way. That too, that's worse. You're compounding it. Right? I think my brain is still working. So you can't do that. I would never, if something is wrong, I would say, no, this is wrong. So this is what I'm saying. You created the environment, and you allowed it to happen. So anyhow, Friday evening, let me go and
All right.
I miss Ruma. Let me go and do my thing. All right, brother?
Yeah, man. All right. Blessings. All right. Wait. All right. I see Soldier that call me, and then we're going to end this one. I see Soldier call in, and then we're going to end this one. Oh, geez, I have to move, you know. Soldier.
Yeah,
man.
I agree with you 100%, man, because that's the same thing I tell someone the other day. Said Jamaica never put themselves in that group, and it's unfair because Jamaica win the under 14. Or you can judge under 17 and put them in a group with under. You should judge them after the under 14 program they play, because you can't judge the under 21 and groom them from the national team.
Yeah.
I use national team rankings and judge the under 21. So I agree with you. And I said to the man, him say, Jamaica with Jamaica team, and then they can beat America, they can beat Mexico, can beat anybody in group. The man might tell me, say, oh no, we can't beat group. Me say, well, what are in group B? You think 15 players, America using, so Jamaica man playing jacks and United States man playing football. I agree with you with everything what you were saying. I don't know what Andre trying to say. Some of the man them out tell compare. He said, no man, at this youth level, Jamaica youth team never beat anyone I team them in the world. And when they was talking about academy with this and what them have, if those team when they go to youth 15 or so tournament, England and those countries should win everyone. No other country should win. Because they have everything to their ledger, so and the other country then don't have it. Nigeria, I think Nigeria win youth football or World Cup already, don't it?
Yeah, man. Nigeria, yeah, man, and all Ghana.
And Ghana, those African countries, them should win U17 with lights like England and Mexico, England and Spain and them team that will have everything to them comfort. Them shouldn't win. So when man they tell them say football and play like that. I look on the football just as though I look on it, man. I agree with everything what you say. That's the same thing I try to show the man them. The man them say, boy, the Jamaican man they can't play. Me say, why? They playing jacks and the other guy they playing football. If Jamaica did drop in Group A, I think they'll come out and beat any one of them teams. I think they'll leave the group.
Yep.
No. So because I different before I said to the man, okay, and here says something very important. All the Puerto Rican players that start there, every one of them go to academy, go and school in America, play in a better environment as can to them and Jamaica. So they should beat Jamaica.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess the thing is when it comes on to football, Soldier, I guess what we need to do when you come on YouTube is just say when it comes on to football, Jamaica is not good. We can't play football.
Yeah, right.
And thing, you know.
They
And
can't play football.
then, you know, maybe YouTube need to sign off on that. You know, we need to just come out and say Jamaica not good every day and let the discussion be about that.
You know, just like
yes.
Jamaica,
maybe that is how the discussion is supposed to be. Jamaica is no good, and that when it comes down to football, any at all, and that is it. And we just live with that and know that we are no good footballing nation. And so maybe what Ryan was saying a couple years ago, maybe it is true. Maybe FIFA need to ban Jamaica from playing football, because what is the sense that, you know, we're not good, we can't be good, and we will never be good. We have never been good, and stuff. So you understand, Soji? So maybe that is it. Maybe we need to probably just pack up and don't play no football, and just, or maybe we just need to maybe a constant thing that needs to be said is that we are, you know, we are no good. And so
because that's
and then there will be no more argument. And those of us who believe we are good should all just come off YouTube and just leave the people who believe that Jamaica is no good to sit and talk.
Because the man didn't come out tell me, said, Judge said to me, say, oh, the man, they're not good, they're not good, the Jamaican player, they're not good. Some say they're not good, no football, they're happy. They're not good, they're not prepare to play. Me say, all right, fair enough. They're not good. Because my man didn't think, say, through your ban a Mars, you better than the man who ban for her.
So maybe they need to put maybe there needs to be a law that no one should play football in Jamaica. And so
in Jamaica.
Maybe just stop playing football altogether.
Because my argument was, when the man tell me, said, no local ball and nothing, I said, well, if no local ball and nothing in a Jamaica team, Jamaica must stop playing football in a Jamaica. No football competition is supposed to play in Jamaica.
Maybe that is it. Maybe that is the solution. You understand me? Because obviously, if there is always a pushback, from Jamaicans, let me just make that clear. Whenever you say that any Jamaican team is good, like once you begin to say the team look good, the team play good, and then a lot of Jamaicans out there, even when it come, then we use one set of things to say, oh, this team is better than Jamaica. But when the next Jamaican team has those same things, they use something else to say, oh, but this team is, so maybe that is it. Maybe like we need to really get back with Ryan and have some show with Ryan where we petition FIFA to ban football in Jamaica completely. Yes. Because what is the point when we are no good and we'll never be good, we can't be good, we have not been good, we can't play good football. What is the point of having people play football then? What is the point? What is the purpose? Because no matter what a team does, we're still not good. So even if we qualify for the World Cup in a soldier, it's not because we're good, it's because some other teams made mistakes. That's just it. Yes. And if Jamaica win a game, it's not because we're better than the other team, it's just buck-ups. So I don't understand when one Jamaican player does something overseas, compare him to some other player who is better than him. So there's never ever anything that is good about Jamaica's football. It is very strange. Why? It's very strange when it comes down to football. A lot of the conversation is that, and I've said it before, I feel like the sentiment is nobody in Jamaica is ever good, is good, can ever play football, and should ever play football. If you're a Jamaican and you can't play football, you're either not born in Jamaica, you don't live in Jamaica. That is how it goes. Once it is Jamaican base, you cannot be. And maybe on a serious level, we need to engage Ryan and push FIFA to stop the football. Because what is the sense?
Stop football from playing Jamaica.
What is the sense? If there can be no good team, there can be no good player, there can be nothing. What is the sense
of
it?
Players. Yeah.
What is the sense?
I agree with that because
you just go anywhere and say that no, Jamaica is good and see the amount of kickback you get.
But I tell you, me I get it because when me come and me say these kids up here bad, they're not good. They should have this chat. Me say listen, leader come out and say where one of the things. Show man then no banning PLs for them better than you them. And leader say that I'm a back leader on that when him talk. Because I say leader, you're right. Because man in things say because you come from Spain and you're better than him and you're born in Jamaica. No.
Yeah. It's a serious. I think there's an undertone of just hate for the product. I don't know, and for the people.
No, and everybody, you know. Is that everybody, you know? Is that everybody, you know?
What I know is that I don't hear a lot of conversation. For me, the dominant conversation is how no good Jamaica football is in general.
Sure.
And
no man from Jamaica should no man from listen.
The stronger sentiment that I believe is that we're not good. And there's nothing good about it. That is the strongest sentiment. So now I understand what you're saying in the amen that it sounds extreme, but it is the reality. It is the reality of the conversations on these platforms. It is the reality.
Yes, because
tell me a conversation. Tell me, A.M. Henry, tell me the conversation that you have heard about a Jamaican team doing anything that you walk away from it and felt like, whoa, Jamaica has some good football and making. You don't hear that. No matter what is done, no matter what is accomplished, it's crazy. Now, my position is we need to improve. But when I think about all the resources in the United States of America and what they have accomplished in comparison to an island like Jamaica, what is there to write home given their population size? They should have won World Cups already. Given the amount of money USA have, what they can invest in football and their players, what they can pay players to stay in America or get players in Europe, amount of Americans own clubs in Europe. USA host a World Cup before, hosting the next one now, right? Host youth tournaments. They should have won several World Cups at the male level. So
true.
Are we harder on our own?
More than hard. A Jamaican man come, first thing a man will tell me, it's group B. Me say, listen, as a Jamaican team playing group Y and never win. These kids give you them prop, them play, not them put themselves, they win under 14, then come win and me said them will go under 17 World Cup. These same set of boys will go under 17 World Cup. As long as them, because they're gonna improve, continue to improve. And me said to the man, them say, all on the pan, him and they not good, the Jamaican they not good. So we know we want people to stop from schoolboy football right through to big man, no football not playing at Jamaica. And just get all the man complete football.
Maybe that is because I don't know, boss. May I tell you, say it is so it can be. That's why I do left content, because it can be so draining. It can be so draining because it's, like I said, that it seemed like do not say anything good about Jamaica's football, because there's nothing good about it. So we shouldn't do this sport. We shouldn't do this sport. And I agree with you. I will say it again. I say that knowing that we need to improve. We need to be better.
So we need to be better.
But
at least, no, you say something good. United States have so much. Look what them have to compare to Jamaica, and they never win a World Cup. They never win a youth tournament.
Jamaica should not be in the same conversation with none of those teams, with the amount of resources and stuff that they have. We should never be in any conversation with those big nations like Mexico and USA. Mexico hosts World Cup, man. Have how much stadiums and field and stuff, and how much money, wealth them places they have in football. Jamaica, the fact that Jamaican can even play those teams and even get a result at any level is a miracle in and of itself. Miracle. Jamaica should never ever be in no form of sporting discipline ever from track and field to football, Jamaica should never ever be in the same conversation with the United States. But we are. Should never be in the same conversation as Canada. But we are. And with Mexico. But we are. We are. And we still have a problem with that. So maybe there is no hope for the football.
Yeah. You know, because as you say, man, I agree with everything where you say, because Andrea tried to, even some of my man talk and me say, listen, when you cannot say the player, they're not good. When you can't all on the pan, me say,
I told you just leave the Andre. Andre and I, we finished that already. I don't want, because I don't want anything to be said.
No, yeah, man, me say the man, them, when sometime I talk, the man, them I talk about, the Jamaican man, they're not good enough. Me say, listen, why me say man, they're not good enough? Me say to you, man, him say, which football team you ever see a man pick and they not pick no local team? Which country ever pick football and no local team and then team? Tell one country pick football and no matter where they might play and not care local team and then team.
I don't even care. Right now, Soldier, I don't even care. I don't even care about who they are Jamaica or not. All I know is that nobody in Jamaica should be playing football. You know, maybe that is what's supposed to happen. And then move they need to move. Probably what we need to do is to just, maybe the JFF need to be taken over by people from the diaspora, and that become like a proxy Jamaica thing, and it operate. Maybe FIFA need to grant all them things. Or maybe the JFF, they need to call it the Jamaica Diaspora Football Federation, and it put there. But I don't think there is anything in Jamaica. Yeah. I don't make it just done and just make everything just run. Maybe that way more people. You understand me? And just take it out of Jamaica completely.
Take it out of Jamaica completely and
I don't know that FIFA would, but I am saying that. Ryan, my brother, me think say you need to really come forward and run with the thing here. Because, what is the sense of talking about football? Because there's never anything, and I know people are going to say it's extreme, but you need to tell me when there is good conversation. Even if a team go and win, you're going to hear a discussion about who and it not good and who should be there. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. And I'm telling you, if the team qualify for the World Cup, you're going to hear who should not have been there anyways. And that it is luck and stuff. Because if Jamaica beat Bermuda 1, it's boy, look how we barely scrape through. All right? You understand me? Barely scrape through. But when a next team beat one of the big nation them, oh look how much them improve. Like it's so strange how we view and look at the football, because there's always something negative being said about it.
All right. You see this? Jamaica beat the Puerto Rico 2-0 later. The man say, boy, the 5 love them beat them last year. Me say yes, but the man they improve. So Ahmad Jack said, yeah, they must improve. They shouldn't give them more. Me say, why they give them more? Why told the local man they not good, they fi straighten them up. Me say, listen man, I want to them say them win. Me tell them say them all win, and the guy them come through and win. We have better player out there. Me say, all right, me say better player out there, and put give the youth them credit, them win. Celebrate with the youth them now.
One of the times when we will probably be happy, and maybe this time need to come, and I will end my show on this note. You understand me? Yesterday was my birthday. I'm not finished celebrating. I need to go celebrate.
Come on. Happy birthday, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Soldier. So I'm going to close out and run now, because it passed the 3 hours. Big up yourself.
Yeah.
All right. So let me say this, people. I don't know that we'll ever get there. But for me, I'm slowly realizing that until we have all our teams with players outside of Jamaica, our football will never, these discussions will never stop. The only satisfaction to, I think, the majority of the people on YouTube, at least, this is my opinion, is that our under 15 and under 14 teams be made up of persons who reside outside of Jamaica. Same thing with our under 17, our under 20, and our senior teams. And when that happens, when all the people who are not born in Jamaica, but born outside of Jamaica, play on the team, we will begin to have success. Because obviously, there is no player in Jamaica that is good enough to represent Jamaica at any level. Because there are always players who are better than them who are overseas. We need to find those players, and the JFF probably need to find a way to get them into a system. Because right now, the discussions, at least on the YouTube platform, will never change. That no matter what a team does, as long as the players, there is a player on that team that is born in Jamaica, there is a problem. And so we really need to probably look at changing that. That the Jamaican teams need to be completely made up of people who are not born or living in Jamaica. And that will bring great satisfaction. Maybe they will begin to turn up and watch the games again, and all of this debate and conversation and carrying on and cussing will not happen. And that is it. So we don't need to do any grassroots football, because the grassroots program outside of Jamaica are way better. So if you're going to talk about proper development, and I think Andre was making this point, if you're talking about players to play at elite level, there is no elite environment in Jamaica. So that means if you're going to pick a U15, the possibility is that there's no player playing at an elite, in an elite environment at under 14 in Jamaica. Those players are going to be in England, those players are going to be in America. So we need to go and find the players playing in elite environment in America and in Canada, put them in the under 15 and under 14 boys and girls team, same thing with the under 17, under 20 and the senior men's team. Because if it is based on merit, I'm going to say it again. And when you look at what is elite, and Andre made this point, you're talking about the environment and all of those things at the grassroots level. We don't have that in Jamaica. We don't have proper places to train. Therefore, nobody in Jamaica can make any Jamaican team to play football. So let's begin to channel our energies there, and then just tell the youth them why play football. If you're not going to go overseas, don't play football. I think that is the only solution. I think that is the only solution. Because any discussion about a youth in Jamaica is an issue. I really believe the solution is, if we want to play elite football, find players in elite environment, and none of them are in Jamaica. Because we have to make up our mind. Is that what we want? Because if you're saying that part of playing elite is the environment and the elite environment, and that, which is fine. I agree. Therefore, we don't have that in Jamaica. We don't have that in Jamaica, you know. We're going to ballers. They don't have all the things in place. Nothing about the center. The center have its own issue with the type of surface and the kind of heat in the daytime that the players have to endure to train on it. So that is not even the most elite environment. Probably below par when you talk about world standards. So we need to find the players from Jamaica who are at world standards at under 14. It sounds radical. It sounds like, oh, no, that is not what, but it is. We cannot say we want elite and then talk about players in Jamaica. We have to make up our mind. Do we want to get players who are playing at elite level? They're not in Jamaica. So we can disagree with it because it sounds very extreme. It sounds like, oh my God, this is not what we are saying. It is really what we want. You tell me, if Jamaica were, and I've asked this question so many times, if Jamaica were being honest, but we can't, no, we can't. All right, listen to this now. The discussion change when we have a better mix of players at all levels. All the competitors are picking their best players while we are being parochial. A team with 100% local is not competitive. Here's what I'm going to say. Here's what. We can't say we want our best players, but then we say a team with 100% local is not competitive, because we are saying that the best players will never be all local. But here's what we don't have a problem with, A.M. Henry. But we will all agree that the best players can all be overseas, don't it? Don't it? But there's no way, you see why the issue is? Because this is a statement that points out the issue we have. there will never be an agreement that the best players at any level are players in Jamaica. The best players will always be players from overseas. But we can have 100% team of overseas players, representing Jamaica, but we can't have 100% local players. All right. So this is the argument. So I believe, let me go again. The only way this conversation stops is if Jamaica find at the youth level the players playing at elite environment. Me know someone go say, and this and I say no. But if we look at players playing at elite level, there's no player in Jamaica team that has elite level academy system. Therefore, no player in Jamaica would be able to play for the U14. And maybe that is the solution. And the under 15 and the under 17 and the under 20. Worse at the senior level. You and I all know. So we can try to go around the corner and beat around the bush. If Jamaica, if you were to pick a team with the Jamaican players who qualify to play for Jamaica, who can qualify to play for Jamaica, nobody born in Jamaica would play on the team. Let's be real. You could find centre backs in England every time who have Jamaican connection once you at any level. None. Let's be real. Nobody in Jamaica would play at the senior team. None. Let me say it again. None. No matter how we try to nice it up or try to look balanced, it will never happen. Let me say it again. All right, no balancing act. There you go. There you go. See, this is the sentiment. There should be no balancing act. So what we need to do is to go to England and get the 23 best players. Let that be the national team. Same thing we need 18 players at under 15 between America and in England and Canada. We can find them. Nobody in Jamaica can make that team. Let me say it again. There's no youth in Jamaica that can make a Jamaica team at U14. None at any point if you're considering elite environment and systems and structure. None. Not even one. So let us build our football like that, where we get players from, and we can build a show on this. Because that is the position of many. Because if you say balance, you're going to talk about quota. So let's remove the balance and ask yourself this question. Why there could be a team with 100% overseas player, but there could not be a team with 100% local players? Because you believe that there's not enough players good enough at the local level. But there's good enough players at the overseas level to play for Jamaica. And we don't think that there's any argument with that. What is the argument? That if we have under 15 and all of them are from overseas, that's a good thing for the football. Because they're playing at a higher level. So why should the youth in Jamaica play football? We can try to nice it up. Let me say it again. So let me ask you this, Jermaine, because lot of love type, Let me ask you this, Jermaine. Best player regardless. Do you believe that there's a player from Jamaica can make a Jamaica team? If all the players who have Jamaican connection are available, tell me at what level you believe that there's a player in Jamaica could make a team from U15 to senior. Tell me which one of those teams you think a player in Jamaica could make. Answer that, Jermaine. You tell me. You believe if you're going to go to England and look at all the players who are 15 and under to play and under 15, you believe when you go to all of the top clubs and academies in England and you need to find 18 players, you tell me if you believe that there's a player at under 15 that could play for Jamaica who is in Jamaica. I never ask you what level you need to get them to. Let me ask you the question again, Jermaine. Me know you tell me what level we need to get them to. Do you believe that there's a player in Jamaica that based on the available players in the diaspora can make any of our team at any level from senior to junior? Very simple question. Me never ask you why the team should be held back. Let me ask you the question again, Jermaine. Do you believe Do you believe that there is a player in Jamaica that can make a Jamaica team if all the players in the diaspora are available? You see, the same question may I ask you. I'm talking from under 15 to senior team. There you go. So your answer is maybe not. So you believe at Jamaica, U15, U14 team should be all players from outside of Jamaica. U15, all players from outside of Jamaica. U17, all players from outside of Jamaica. U20, all players from outside of Jamaica and senior team. At least maybe. Eh? And that is, and according to you, that is how you improve football in Jamaica. Excellent. Let me tell you, man. Drew AK, Juras. According to people, there's no player out in Jamaica. Which player? There's none. There's none. There's none. There are people who are saying that most of the people believe that there are better keepers out there than Andre Blake, who is probably one of the players you have. And the other one is probably Leon Bailey, who they are saying that he should not have been in the side from the first place. Therefore, there's no other player that people out there believe born in Jamaica who should be in the Jamaica team. So you call and tell me which two players. And I am telling you, let me say it again, Drew. At under 20, it worse. They will tell you that there's nobody born in Jamaica that can make under 20 team if they score through England and America. At under 17, it worse. At under 15. And somehow we believe, because there's no improvement that is going to take place in Jamaica at no point that would make anybody in Jamaica better than players in England. No improvement. No improvement. Let me say it again. Jamaica will never, ever in football get to the level where they can produce players that are being prepared in spaces like England. Never. So that means you will never see players from born in Jamaica playing for Jamaica. It never go happen. If we are being honest. But you cannot say that though. We cannot, this is the problem we have with the argument, you know. We cannot say players must play on merit and then we try to make excuse. If it is merit, I am saying to you, according to all of your arguments, at that level, the players who are in Arsenal, you know, no case, Jermaine, you're done, man. You're just a type. The players who are in Arsenal and Chelsea at those levels are going faster. So you will never have it. So let us not make excuses. We make this one call, and then this person will call, and then we done. Don't make excuse. We have to agree. Either we go and say this is the way or this is not the way. We can't make we can't make excuses. Gunners boss, welcome to the show. There's so Drew AK Ross. Tell me the two players that we say you're not talking about local based players. I'm talking about players. There's no player. I am telling you right now. Again, if you get all the players who are born outside of Jamaica, there's no player born in Jamaica or locally based that people would want to see in this team. None. None, Drew. So people talking about that, the Dwight McNeil and the Ramses and the thing. You think if those players are here on the Greenwood and all of these guys and the Cameron Archer and all of these guys and the Sims, people want to see Leon Bailey in Jamaica team? They don't want to see him, boss. So which other player talking about? With all the goalkeeper just before Gold Cup, people are saying Andre Blake need to be out of the team and Corey Adai need to be keeping because he's better than Andre Blake. And what's the other goalkeeper name that was in the U20? So give me the name. What are you talking about? Just before Gold Cup, they were saying Corey Adai should be keeping over Andre Blake because he's better with his feet. What are you talking about? Right on my show. Go back and watch the show. Drew AK Drew 40. Right on my show. Welcome to the show, Gunners Boss.
Come on, pick up yourself. My one time friend. He used to be a good friend, management. I never know say. Me have start it off. You did keep it coming here. You keep your one here. You tell Andre say, these people are my good friend, and Gunners Boss used to be my good friend. I went tell you have enemy shit against me. I went tell.
Me say you used to be my good friend.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no man, yeah. Gunners Boss. Did I say used to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All the people in the comment that you say, all the people they must be surprised to say, I will Gunners Boss, I'm an man, and no.
No man, me have nothing, man.
Anyway, not really matter. You know, me not really here. But what me ever say now? You know what me glad say? You know, the people them coming around to my thing. I've been saying this, you know. You, when it says you underage, there should be no player outside of Jamaica. Will live outside of Jamaica. I mean, if my son born here and we might go to Jamaica, it's okay for him to be on the youth team in football. But we're not supposed to have none of these youth when we're born and grow and live in America compared with youth team. The youth team is for development and exposure of our local talent. That's what youth team should be.
No, well, not according to a lot of people. A lot of people are saying the youth team should be the best youth players. So we need to and we are not doing the right things at the grassroots levels to have those. So we need to find the players who are in the United States and in England to play in the youth levels as well. Because if we're going to use the best players, they're saying that the best players are not in Jamaica because we don't have the right systems in place to develop them.
That is the thing. So if we have a system here so far development and we are bringing outsiders to play these competition to develop and give them exposure who already have it. We are killing the football. We are killing our progress.
Yeah, but that is what I'm saying. Is not what I'm saying, Gunners Boss. What I am saying is that what we should do then is just tell the youth, like, listen, we're gonna change our focus. We're going to forget about what you're doing here in Jamaica. We're not going to look at you because we have other Jamaicans outside of Jamaica who are playing and they're in better environments. We are going to build our youth teams around them. You understand me?
We don't want to call them. We don't call no name, but we call name too. No. Jason Gunas and the Frankies of the world are the one who come up with these ideas and want to disrespect the people.
You see it, you know, them thing I know. No, but we don't want to get
them not talk to. Them not talk to. You know here, man's in man. You need to stop protecting people and allow people to call and share their opinion and who don't like it, kick rock. Because here what happened. Andre, come over here, come tell you, say, people call him and tell him that he never to call your show because I said, set him up on them. You know, think other people were in the program.
No, he said that he was with his attorney told him. He clarified that. He said he was with his attorney told him.
No, go so. That means to say, you're free to tell Andre, say, Andre, that's not how it goes. Someone in the diaspora who is doing these things, the same kind.
Well, but, hold on, Drew. What I'm saying is that we can't have the argument. What kind of noise in your background, man?
I work for the NI pocket, you know.
So, Drew, we cannot say the best player supposed to play and talking about killing dreams. If a youth can play, if he's in Jamaica and you're saying that play the better players, then make him dream dead. Let's kill all of their dreams and stop the football because that is it. We can't say we're going to play the best youth them in the best environment and concern ourselves with those in Jamaica. So it's a tough decision, but that has to be it. If this is what we want. Go ahead, Gunners Boss.
Yeah, you remember there was a couple a little while back when there was a thing where them says an international incident in sports. You hear me?
Yeah, man.
It was between the United States and basketball player. Have connection between USA and Italy, and both teams want him to play, and it was a conflict there. This is a senior player. They develop in the United States system, but based on him connection. So that is a whole different thing, you know. We're not supposed to have a local youth and upper at the extent of diaspora youth. Have more of everything than the little people don't do. And that's what I've been saying, and people say, oh, you're anti-Semite, make this, make that, make third, make racist. I don't know where them the names them where them used to call me come from. But I'm just happy people coming back around to what I was saying. Then the faster we ever do it, better we just have the Jamaica International squad as just and the Jamaica International. And this was the reason why, you know, remember this argument started, you know, when the youth would come up and say, you know, yes, here say some youth from England are represented. The American youth. You remember that statement, man?
Yeah.
Okay, so at that, so we are going to have it at all level now. Some youth from some other places are represented. So really, it's not a Jamaica team we have.
Well, it is Jamaica still. Yeah, you understand me? It's just that it's not Jamaicans born or living or raised in Jamaica, but it is still Jamaica. Now, some people can decide not to support it, but it is still Jamaica. It's still Jamaica.
I have no problem with a mixed senior team. As long as the people are qualified.
We cannot use those, what I'm saying though, we cannot, what I'm saying, Gunners, we cannot use those terms and then we say the players, elite players at elite environment and all that. We cannot, because I am saying to you that Jamaica, probably for the rest of our lifetime, will never ever have the type of environment for football like America and England has, or the type of development program. So if we're looking at that and we are going to be fair and honest, the players outside of Jamaica will always be able to fill the spaces in the team. If that is what we're looking at. And then we cannot say we have to mix it. What kind of mix? No matter how much Andres, listen, Drew, somebody have to prove to me what type of motivation, like if for the next 20 years a player in Jamaica sees that the players who are playing are not from Jamaica, born or they're not raised in Jamaica, they're from the diaspora. How does he get motivated? To do what? He must move out of Jamaica. So what we are saying is that if you want to represent Jamaica in football, you need to either move to the USA, move to England, play in those environments, because Jamaica don't have that environment. All right, go ahead, Anton.
Does the Jamaica Football Federation have a mandate where they promote individual players based on their success overseas? Like, say for instance, does the Jamaica have a thing where Jamaica Football Federation have a thing where Ian Bailey scored 50 goals for
Aston Villa?
Aston Villa or whoever playing for, he scored 25 goals and do all these wonderful things in Player of the Year and get all these awards. Is it Jamaica Football Federation right to put him on billboard and promote him?
Yeah, I figure they can do that. They can do that in Gunners, boss. They can. Yeah, I'm saying that they can do that too. No, listen, the National Federation can promote the players' performance at the club level, because it is also showing that they appreciate the work that the player is doing outside of the national team. I think that's a good thing to do if you have players making a mark that the local federation can discuss that and put it out there so people can know.
The young lady who win the Champion League the other day or whatever league she win, playing for her club, and she was a Jamaica representative for the Reggae Girls. You know who I talk about?
Huh?
Know who I'm talking about?
Go again, let me hear you. He
won the Champion League. She's the captain of a team that won the Champion League the other day. I don't remember her.
the Arsenal player who plays for England.
What player? Yeah. She play for England or she play for Jamaica, the reggae girl.
That won the Champions League. Is Arsenal won the Women's Champions League, you know?
There's a lady who won something in Europe the other day, and
no, there's a young lady who played named Izzy Grooves. I don't know if that is the one you're talking. Her father is in Canada. I don't want to discuss that because I mean that's a
no, I just my reason for asking that someone was show. And this is a female who I respected very well, and we have great discussions on certain things. When I agree with her, I agree with her. But she was there and she was up the JFF that they're not giving her respect. Then if not on the third, then she said they should have billboard and they should be promoting her over Jamaica based on her stuff. Or her club. I said no. You're talking. I just said that in the comment section, because I believe that is her club duty. She get money to play film or to do all of that. And Jamaica call her
I have my own opinion on that matter, and I am not going to because I'm privy to I'm privy to information that
so there's more to it. Well, maybe she never know that. She cursed me out and then me end up out of character. So I just want to know if I was wrong.
I am not going to. There's a what I'm saying that there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things behind the scenes. That lead to these things sometimes. And like I said, I don't want to comment on it, but I don't want you to comment on it. I just want you to know if I was being disrespectful when I said on her line that it's foolishness talking by who demanding that the Jamaica Football Federation should promote physically. That's all I ask. Yeah.
And it's part of this.
Oh, you're asking if that. Well, I don't I can't listen. It's like sometimes one person may view something as disrespectful, Gunners boss, while you don't mean it that way, or you understand me. But so I don't control how people like receive and
I said something now, and I would type in there because I disagree with it. As a virgin, never say management a foolishness attack, and so maybe me not see some on a JFF problem that. If you want to take it personal, you take it personal, but if you start cursing, you start calling me, I'm gonna go low because I'm good at that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
With that said, a great show today. Andre, yes, here it is full of liquor punch for you, but you never have to come back like an anti-man so today. We never expect that time. I'm a general still. And don't make nobody at school and tell you, if you call management show, your management will break you. So stop it. No make them call you and tell you nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Management have a great day.
All right, good as well. See you, man. All right. Yeah. All right. So people, what I'm understand, like based on the JFF unofficial policy, the U15 allows, isn't this what we're saying is wrong? What we're saying, A.M. Henry, is that there should be no policy in place. What should be is that when we come to our under 14 team, which is where football starts at the youth level, the best player should play, regardless of where they are from. What I am saying, if that is the case, and we are saying that the best players normally are from the best environment, those environment would be places like America and in England. So we should look for the best players. I put it to you, if this is our way for selecting teams, in 20 years from now, no player born in Jamaica, playing football in Jamaica, will ever be able to make any, maybe on the female side, will never ever be able to make a Jamaican team. That is my position. I don't see it happening because 20 years from now, I don't think our environment would be so developed that we are producing way better players than those at the same level in England and in America anyways. So we may act like we're not saying it, but it is what we're saying. I see like Drew asking me what level is that isn't that my point? Our JPL, for example, will never be in the top 10 leagues in the world. So if we have players playing in the top 10 league in the world, our JPL will never ever in our lifetime and beyond get to be one of the top 20 leagues in the world. Therefore, then because we're not in the top 20, no player from Jamaica JPL should ever be able to play for Jamaica national team. That's what I'm saying. So I think you guys are finding a more palatable way of saying the same thing. What we're really saying is that nobody who plays football in Jamaica is really good enough to play for Jamaica because Jamaica's football is a joke. That's what we're really saying it up. So nobody from Jamaica should be playing for the Jamaica team. So that's what I'm saying. Let us settle for that then. And then find a way of making that happen. But to talk every day about somebody from Jamaica not being and all of that and stuff, it's a pointless discussion. Do we understand that? I agree that picture should be posted, but I think it is bigger than that, boss. So let me leave that alone. So that is my position. My position is, and then maybe there will be less arguments online because almost every single argument online is centered around how poor players in Jamaica are compared to players outside of Jamaica. So obviously, until we get to a place where the players in Jamaica are not in the Jamaican teams, we are not going to have any peace on YouTube. That's the only time we'll have peace. The only time there will be peace. I mean, no, people are going to take this to different levels, but it is what it is. We can twist it and turn it and sound nice and use bigger words and, give greater definitions and give clarity and talk about other stuff and talk about, if there is development and if this is nothing. We would have to assume that when Jamaica start developing, development stop everywhere, so we catch up. As long as other places are developing, they're going to always produce better players, boss. So that means from U14, when we go to the CONCACAF thing, there should be nobody in Jamaica playing on it. So we can try to be, we can try to be different. We can try to be balanced in our minds. And listen, I want you to prove to me that if the players in Jamaica are being told that for you to play in the national team, you have to develop and you have to improve at the end against the players who are at Chelsea and Manchester United who have Jamaican heritage and against the players who are at Barcelona or at Ajax and things. That is motivation for them to using what? Using what? Them will never get there, boss. Them don't have a proper field for running. So until we can find proper fields in Jamaica, we can have proper stadiums, kids can afford it, them should stop playing football because there's no motivation to do anything. Except them parents are going to take them and run off, go foreign. Who can afford to run will run and who can't run will stay. What about those who stay? Opportunity is scarce commodity. So unless some of them parents are going to run off and go to some foreign land, go do the development there, boss. So that is it. That is it. And I'm going to keep saying it. That is what will satisfy some people. I'm telling you, people can tell you right now of players who are somewhere in England who are better than Kelvin Brown. I am telling you, if they search hard, they can come up with 20 players better than the 20 players that went to the 18 players that went to the U17, the U15. They can tell you by counting heritage players in England, in Italy, in all over the place, because you have couple players Jamaican heritage in Italy. When we went to England with the national team, there are over 20 other players who can play U15 in England between Championship and Premier League. So those are the players who should be playing and not the ones in Jamaica. And I haven't even gone into America yet. There's one club in America right now that has 8 Jamaicans who have passport already that could have been in this under 15 team.
in one club alone. One. So the truth is that the only satisfaction that most will have is when nobody who is born in Jamaica, well, are living in Jamaica, playing in Jamaica, is on any team. Because as long as there is one on it, there is an ex-player outside of Jamaica better than them. And so let's remove the policy and make this the rule of thumb. What are we saying? They export more players abroad than anywhere else. When they choose, example, what? Example, Brazil. Brazil export, let me tell you this. When they choose a national team, they pick the ones playing abroad. Nonsense. May I talk from U14? You tell me the players who are playing U14 overseas that Brazil pick, and U15 and U17 and U20. You tell me them. Because we're not talking about senior team. I have been very, very clear. I said from under 14 to senior team. So you have to tell me, A.M. Henry, where are the under 14 players that Brazil are getting from other places in the world? Tell me how many players born. You use Brazil. Give me an example of a player at under 15 that played for Brazil that was not born in Brazil. We're not switch the conversation to senior team. Because I've been insisting that it is not senior team that we have this problem. We cannot say the best players need to play at all levels, and then we have a senior team argument. So let me ask you the same question I asked Jermaine. If we are to find the players who are playing in the most elite environment across the world who are Jamaican heritage and they want to come and play, do you believe that there would be players from it who live in Jamaica right now playing football that could make an under 14 team, an under 17 team, and an under 20 team? Let me ask you the senior question, seeing that you want to have it there. Do you believe that there will ever be footballers in Jamaica, born in Jamaica, if we are choosing every heritage player playing at elite environment? You believe that there will be a player in Jamaica to make a team, a Jamaica senior team? That is the question that you have to answer for me, because that is the point I'm making. There is no satisfaction at youth level. At youth level either. So this is not just a senior thing I'm talking about. So you have to tell me the under 17 players that Brazil go and get from who are born outside of Brazil, who come and play under 17 for Brazil and under 20 for Brazil. Tell me them. Tell me those players. Give me one example. Just one. You know why you give me a lot, you know? One. Probably you're gonna use Gabriel Martinelli. One. Give me a next one. Give me a next one, somebody. And let me put it to you again. You can't, if nobody from U14 to senior team in that country is playing for the national teams, that is no motivation. None motivation whatsoever. So anybody who believes that when you look in your national team, you don't see nobody locally in it, it's going to motivate you to work hard. It's a nonsensical argument. Final call and then we'll go. Peter, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greetings, Monans. You know, I joined the program late, but I heard bits and pieces of it earlier with Andre. But before I say that, talk about Andre. I want to ask a question. Does anybody give these youngsters credit for winning this tournament, or are you just addressing a few naysayers? Because I can't really see the comments, and I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the general consensus of the fan of your the people that are on the platform making comments, or the fan base. Is this a general consensus that we are not really giving the youth them any credit. And the reason why I said that, because it sounded to me like that's what Andre was trying to downplay the victory. Like, I want to address that too.
No, you know, no, man, the conversation, to be fair, let me just say this, because so Andre's conversation was way before any victory. So we had a discussion, and the discussion was about level League A and League B. And like he said when he came on, it's a CONCACAF distinction. So my disagreement with him is that Jamaica could have competed in League A. All right. Though they call it because there's a next time, and I went on today and I said maybe 3 years from now Jamaica is in League A, and I think they should be in League B because the team is not good enough. But this team could have competed in League A. So that I don't think he was downplaying the victory, because he said on multiple occasions that Jamaica did what they were supposed to do. So let me just
Okay.
Yeah.
But he doesn't think that they should or they would have been able to compete in League A. That's what he's saying.
He said that the League B team were playing at grassroots levels and the League A team are at elite environment. And so
which means that we couldn't compete in League A. That's what basically what he said. In essence. Yeah. But anyway, about the fan base. Do anybody give the youth any credit? Because I feel like with us Jamaican fans, right? We always find a way to downplay our own while we uplift others. I can give you many examples, but let me just give you this one. Even with the national coach, I've heard one vlogger, very popular vlogger, said that Steve McLaren is too old for the job and should not have been given a role. And in the same vlog, he stated that Curacao has a good coach. So is it that Steve McLaren too old or Steve McLaren not good? Because you can't say Steve McLaren old and then boots up Vic Avocat, who's 13 years older than Steve McLaren. These are some of the nonsensical things that some people say that just get under my skin. And I've never seen a set of fan base that don't know how to savor the moment when we do something good. The youth them play what is in front of them. They did what they were supposed to do and win the game. Win the tournament. And we're still here talking about, who should have been on the team and who cannot, or the team can't compete. I heard Kerry say on Ball Pre TV not too long ago, he was on there as a guest. He said when the youth them win, one of the youth them say, boy, MG going live, he's going to talk about us. We have to keep these things in mind. These are youngsters, Mannings. These kids are what? Under 15, right? Which means some of them are 13. Is there a 12-year-old on the team?
No, 14.
14, mostly. And they might have a 13-year-old. But my point is, these are young, impressionable. I have a son that's 12 years old, right? And thank God, his mother and I know how to instill confidence in him, right? And so when you listen, even if we think that these youth are not good enough to be at a certain level, please, we have to give them credit for doing what they did and let them hear that we are proud of them. You know how far this goes for youngsters like these when they do something like this and they hear how we are proud that they achieve what they achieved instead of trying to mitigate and minimize what they did. I just cannot understand us as a people. When you look on the US fan base, a matter of fact, the United States of America, I live here for 30-something years. They think they're the best in the world at everything. That is why them call World Series baseball, World Series basketball, World Series this, World that, World that. That's how they crown their champion. They know how to uplift themselves And you can never tell a USA citizen that their country is not the best in the world or they're not the best.
Yeah, man, that's true, Peter. That's a Jamaican thing. Everything in Jamaica is the worst, man. We have the worst road, the worst hospital, the worst education, the worst people, the worst football, the worst track and field, the worst administrators, the worst churches. We are the worst in everything for some people. The worst everything.
Criticize, even when we criticize that, though, don't we have sense enough to know that these are young, impressionable youngsters that need to hear a positive reinforcement to what they did?
My thing is that, and I agree with you, Peter. Here's my thing. So, and this is my argument. So, there according to some persons, there should be no balance, right? There should be no balance. In other words, when it comes down to football in Jamaica, players must play on merit. I am saying to people, if we are being honest and fair, when you look at the type of environment in the USA, the type of environment in England, if everyone who has Jamaican heritage decides to represent Jamaica, then they have better environments, and possibly for 20 more years from now, we'll have better environment than kids in Jamaica. Therefore, their development will be more advanced. That means that no player from Jamaica, if we are going to select based on merit, would be able to make a Jamaica U14, U15, U17, U20 worse a senior team. No, when someone is going to say, well, that should serve as motivation. How that would serve as motivation? How do I be motivated if when I look around Jamaica, right? If I look around Jamaica, I want to be a medical doctor. And when I look at KPH, Cornwall Regional, when I look at all the hospitals, it is every single person in the hospital is Chinese. How do I feel like I have an opportunity to be a doctor in Jamaica? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So we can't say we want to help develop and motivate players and then do it this way. It would be better for us to say to them, listen, we're going in a new direction. The players outside of Jamaica are being developed. We are going to work with them. We are going to have to ask you to stop playing football in Jamaica. That can be the only solution. Or we keep what we have. Because there's no way Jamaica is going to develop to the point where we're going to be ahead of England. They will always have more resources. They started out ahead of us.
Exactly.
Unless they stop, unless America stop football for 30 years, then we can catch up. If Mexico stop, we can catch up. But if they continue to improve, they are so far ahead that if we have Jamaicans in those environments, they are going to keep getting better than the ones locally. Because you think Jamaica have billions to throw into football, to build stadiums and those things? You think Jamaica have the money there? When we have to buy a second-hand school bus?
But you even alluded to the population, the difference in the population as well.
Yeah.
That is a big factor as well. That's a major factor.
Look
because
at the pool that they have to pull from.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, USA should be ashamed of themselves that they have to compete with Jamaica.
But I said that. There's at no form of sporting discipline, Jamaica should ever be able to be in the same argument. The same argument. I put it to people. In the next 5 years from now, West Indies can compete with the United States. And this is a combined Caribbean team.
Right. Yeah.
5 years from now, this West Indies cricket will not be able to compete with the United States of America if they take it serious. And this is the entire Caribbean combined.
Yeah. Well, I just think we need to learn how to savor the moment sometimes. Maybe we can't even have this conversation maybe, next month or something. But for the time being, let's celebrate the youth them winning this tournament, Bridget. And let's uplift them as well so that they can get the motivation to move forward and want to do better. Isn't it the same set of youth to win the under 14 last year?
Yep.
Right? And I hear soldiers say they're going to win the under 17 let's motivate you them, because if one of the youth them say to Kerry, well, MG going live, he's going to talk about us. The youth them will look forward to hear the positive reinforcement. We have to at least give them that, celebrate the victory. Instead, we are demeaning them. And no, I want, you can tell me if I'm out of line with Andre, because I really didn't hear much of the conversation, but I hear enough to infuriate me. So if I
maybe you need to listen. Maybe you need to listen to the conversation
yeah.
first before you comment, because
but here's what I want to address with Andre. Andre said that he supports Jamaica because he has Jamaican. He never said in those words, but he called some names of Jamaicans that are in his academy.
Yeah, I've been through his academy system.
Yeah, I want to say to Andre that people who hire black people, but they don't like black people. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't like or support Jamaica, but to say that because you have several Jamaicans in your academy mean that you're a supporter of Jamaica, that don't mean anything to me. In fact,
well, that's it. Let me tell you this though. Let me tell you. I can tell you this. He does a lot for Jamaica's football. All right, he has taken Jamaican coaches. He has brought them into his place, taken Jamaican kids, and at no expense to them or their families. He has sent resources on multiple occasions, lots of resources to Jamaican, even ahead of Trinidad. All right, so I would say in terms of those things, he has certainly contributed. So I have to give credit where credit is due. So I don't.
Maybe he has greater access to Jamaicans because he can find more Jamaicans in certain places than Trinidad here.
And he talks. And the truth is, he talks about the Jamaican football more than anything else. So I know that he's a fan of Jamaica's football. I just think we have different opinion.
Yeah. Another thing I heard him say that I didn't really like. He keeps saying that you created an environment. Now, like I said, I don't know the whole backstory.
I don't agree with that.
If Andre is saying that, and I'm going to use the word that he don't like because that's what he did. He purported that you created an environment. And he kept saying this environment. He never said what kind of environment. He just saying you created this environment.
I don't know.
But when I was listening to Andre, even when Kerry was on, Andre sounded very contentious. So if anybody created the environment, it sounded like it was Andre himself. And before, it sounded to me like you and Kerry was having just a nice conversation that was not any kind of environment.
Yeah, I didn't feel like Kerry was being, like I said, when he came on and he said, I personally, because I know Andre, I know Kerry. Kerry didn't come on. Listen, let me say it this way, Peter. And people who are in this who know me and Kerry and I argue. Because here's the thing with Kerry. If he disagrees with your opinion, he disagrees with your opinion. It doesn't matter who you are. And he's going to give his opinion and he's going to say, I disagree with that. But he will see you and it don't affect the relationship. But if your opinion, if he believes you're wrong, it don't matter who you are. You're wrong. I'm telling you, he's not afraid to challenge. I don't, because he was not even available, which was very surprising because I never even put their name or had any discussion. It was after I sent the link that he said he had some time. And I made sure I asked Andre at that time. So there was no plan until afterwards because they were not available. All right, they came on. Kerry came on. And while Kerry was on, I said that I reach out to Andre and stuff, and I'm going to see. So it's not like I'm saying that, okay, boy, let Kerry come on and do this thing and then, nothing like that. There was no, and Kerry is not like that, boss. Because they're on a show together before, and he could have come back on and he didn't. So I don't believe that he meant any disrespect. I don't believe that he was being contentious. But again, a man feels how he feels. And when you understand me? No, I don't believe that, again, he was being disrespectful. But that don't mean a person can't feel disrespected. They can because they're different from me. And so I still respect him, even though, I felt like he purported me to be corrupt in my own opinion, by saying that I set up this and I created the environment, which was never my intention. But I still respect him. I don't agree with his statement though about the grassroots and the elite when it comes on to Jamaica, and I'm very specific on that. And that's where I will leave it. You understand me?
Yeah, I also think that he was very snide in his comment about keep repeating that someone told him not to call. The fact that he said that is a little condescending to your program.
Yeah, he said he actually addressed that, and he said he was with his attorney, and his attorney was the person who said to him that you are being set up. I don't know, to don't call. But then he said he heard before. He was alluding to the fact he changed the word, like he was saying he basically heard. I'm very careful about words today because
you don't want.
I don't want to get back into that. But I'm going to go back and get the exact clip. But he was saying that he heard before that basically like I was going to do this, and then he said I learned. He removed the word heard and said I learned, which is suggesting that there was some sort of.
But what is he saying you're gonna do, man? Is he saying you're trying to do?
That's saying I don't know, because there was no intention to do any show on the matter. That's what I'm saying. It's very surprising. But it is what it is, and it's gone. I think we ended on a good note. We still disagreed on his opinion.
Well, I lose a little. I don't want to say respect because I don't know Andre personally, but I think about him differently as of today. He just sounded very combative. That was the only comment I typed at the time. I said, what the hell happened to Andre? Why he's so aggressive and combative?
No, he's a good guy. To be honest, he's a good guy. I don't know. Maybe his attorney fired him up today. But he's a very good guy, man. Very good guy Peter, let me tell you something. I will tell you this. If you say something today that Kerry don't agree with, I can tell Andre. I can tell Andre this.
Yeah.
When Kerry will listen to this show, he's going to probably find some clip, some post, and go on his Instagram and post it.
Right.
That's how Kerry is. And don't make a big deal of it. If just go and give him opinion. That's just how he is. You understand me? But
so
listen,
he posts a clip and then he gives his opinion about it. Is that what?
He posts clip and he's like that. You know, they call him the clip boss because he even do that with me. There are things that I say that he disagree with, and he clips it and puts it on his Instagram and stuff. Okay. So he's like that. It don't matter who you are. He's the one who called Cataract Flitter's boss. He's the one.
I know why I'm saying that.
No, but he's the one who started that. Yeah. So he's like that. But when you see Cataract, him and Cataract talk.
It's funny that you mentioned Cataract because it's interesting that you mentioned Cataract, because Cataract always seem like Trini, and always used to say that when Andre and the thing, and sometimes man Andre would, I wouldn't say go at it, but he used to, he would take little stabs at Andre. But no, I beginning, and I always wonder why Cataract do that. But no, I wonder, I wonder if, because listen, I listen to Andre today.
Yeah.
No, but if Andre, listen, people can be insulting in a nice way, and that's what I found with Andre today during that whole conversation. What I heard, that's why I said kind of infuriate me, because when I heard him start saying certain things like, "You created an environment." I am Jamaican, so in my camp, so I support Jamaican, and somebody told me not to call you. I mean, if you look at all those statements, it's an underhanded way of trying to sort of insult or being condescending in a way. So you have people like that, and I don't know if this is you can't blanket a whole set of people.
I would not. I know him, and I don't think he's like. I really don't think he's like that. Like I said, we disagree. And listen, here's the thing with me on YouTube, like. It's a YouTube for me, you spend time I realize that with YouTube, you have to take a break from it because you can't afford to let the conversations bother you. And that's it.
Yeah,
like I'm done here.
True.
I'm done here. You understand me? Because at the end of the day, it is discussion. It is discussion, and we can agree And say a man go as far as to the whole mother business and stuff. Listen, you're behind a keyboard, I am here. It don't even bother me.
Yeah.
It may sound disrespectful. It don't bother me because this is just social media. It comes with the territory, and we have to move on. We have to move on and be big people and create like the kind of mindset, so that when these things happen, like just move past it. Because if I think you're being disrespectful, then me being disrespectful don't solve the problem. You understand what I mean? Like at some point, one of us or both of us have to decide, like, listen, this can't be the way. And I find that, like, with black people in general, though, you understand me, that we like to get back at each other, like in terms of making amends, because he means well, Kerry means well, you mean well, and I mean well. But Peter, there are times that you and I are going to disagree, and I want you to be vociferous with the conversation. And even if you get, like Cranky is somebody that I have a lot of respect for. You understand me? I listen to his shows. But like, remember now, it's not like I would say, boy, I want to go on Cranky show. No. But I'm not going to speak ill of him. Right? And we have contending views and things, and that is fine. I don't have an issue with that. We just do that and know that we are adults. There's no need for any sort of animosity. If we get to the place where we can't talk, we see each other and we have to turn around the corner, then obviously it's gone too far. And that has led to too many problems in our country, and we have to stop. You understand me? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, many times I disagree with Cranky too, and I call him his program sometimes when I can. We just have a nice conversation about it. And even Crystal, at times sometimes I disagree with her. I hear Gunner's boss allude to her the other day too. And I was listening to that program. But and so I don't know, Crystal passionate about the girls, so I understand where she's coming from. I know Ryan passionate about the GFF. So I guess we all have to have everyone about, and to be honest with you though, that's what actually makes the space interesting,
Everybody, because there you go.
Everybody have them right, them own thing, what they deal with, and everybody is passionate about what they deal with, and I think it's a very interesting space. It might be the most interesting YouTube space in the world.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Peter, me way past and big up yourself and take care, Yeah, man, blessed love.
But I just want to say one last thing. Me always have one last thing. Please, to the fan base, celebrate the youth, man. And let's savor the moment and uplift them. They won last year, they won this year, they played what was in front of them. Give them the credit and let's uplift them and be positive reinforcement for them. They are youngsters, they are impressionable, they need our support, they need positive reaction from us. Yeah. And that's the only way that we can uplift you like this. Please don't mitigate, demean, or belittle what they achieve. All right, that's all I want to leave with the general audience. Respect.
Yeah, man. Every time. Cool. Yeah, man. All right, people and people. Listen, bless up on yourself, You understand me? Great show today. Good discussion and stuff. Big up to all the persons who call in and are care for joining the show. Andre, Leader, Peter, Gunner's boss. You understand me? All the persons in the comment section. All the persons who like, shared. All the new subscribers. Big up on yourself. Said speed. You understand me? Birthday yesterday. We'll do some celebration today. See you again next week. Big up to Liverpool 4-2 win over Bournemouth. First game of the season. You understand me? Lots of love, You understand me? Everyone. Those who don't like me, those who like me, those who hate me. You understand me? Those who don't respect me, those who respect me. Those whose views are different from mine. Love for the love. You understand me? We are playing every time. Big up on yourself. Enjoy the weekend. Be safe and sound. And don't clown around. Look out on the corner, You understand me? Yeah, man. I am management. This has been I Am Sure Sports. And as usual, when we get to the end of the program, you know how it goes. We say we are over.